This conference will now be recorded.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. We actually have four hearings noticed for the agenda today. I think the first one's going to be postponed, but there's still a lot to get through. And I realize that some of the participants in the other three hearings are likely to have some overlap, but just sort of by way of setting expectations, we will be opening and closing the record for each appeal. And so if you are participating in one of those, you should not assume that your comments in one appeal is automatically part of the record in the other appeal. That being said, I do appreciate having efficiencies. So if your testimony is applicable to multiple proceedings, I would welcome you to adopt your testimony or comments or written comments by reference. My only word of caution, though, is if you do that, be very clear on the record that that's what you are doing. If it's not clear, then I can only assume that your testimony is part of the hearing that's open at that time. It may seem a little bit tedious, but we will get through all of it. And like I said, just be very clear on the record what you're speaking to. The flip side of that is if one hearing is open, you should not address the other hearings. There's a time for that. So just keep your comments applicable to what's before us at any given time. So with that, we're going to go on the record and with the first hearing, and this is the time for appeal number 182-21-000273-PLNG, which is an appeal by Barbara Hansel relating to a lot of record determination. My name is Tommy Brooks, and I'm the hearings officer presiding over this hearing. I think, Ms. Deckert, there's a recommendation in the record that we continue this until June 29th. Is that still the case?
Correct. Ms. Hansel has requested a continuation of the hearing. She is unable to attend today. So on her behalf, staff is requesting that this hearing be continued to Tuesday, June 29th, 2021 at 10 a.m. And I have checked with her. She can attend at this time.
Okay. So with that, then I'll actually adjourn the hearing for appeal 182-21-273 PLNG, and that hearing will be continued to June 29th, 2021 at 10 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Decker.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next matter. This is the time for the hearing for appeal number 186-21-000325-PLNG, which is an appeal of a conditional use permit granted to Cy and Diane Smith to construct an approach road. My name is Tommy Brooks, and I am the hearings officer presiding over this hearing. Before we get started on the substantive portions of the hearing, I'll address the hearing format. We are conducting this hearing using an electronic format with participants each appearing from a remote location. We will still follow the normal hearing procedures, though, and I'll provide sufficient opportunity for everyone to participate at the appropriate time. I do ask for your patience as we try to work through deliberately to get through each of these steps. In just a minute, I'll go over the order in which we'll take testimony from participants, but we will call on you individually to begin your comments, so please wait until you are called on before unmuting and speaking. As each person testifies, please state your name and address for the record. It will be very helpful to me if you would spell your name, even if you think it should be simple. It's not always. My role as a hearings officer is to either affirm or deny the appeal, and we are conducting this hearing de novo. So in rendering my decision, I will consider only the factual evidence that is in the record. I will then apply those facts to the relevant criteria contained in the county's comprehensive plan and the land use regulations. The criteria relevant to this decision were identified in the public notice announcing the hearing. They are also set forth in the original decision that is on appeal. Those documents are posted on the county's website. I also believe you can get them directly from staff upon request. The county's code does require that I state the approval criteria at the beginning of the hearing, so let me run through those real quick. Within the Land and Water Development and Use Code, the notice says that Article 1, introductory provisions, 2.1020, Type 2 procedures, 2.2050, procedure for mail notice, 2.4000 through 2.4050, the conditional development and use standards, 3.2000, erosion control development standards, 3.9800, transportation improvements and road standard specifications for design and construction, 4.0600, Arch Cape Rural Community Residential Zone, and for the Clatsop County Comprehensive Plan, goals 1, 2, 5, 6, 11, and 12 were part of the notice, as was the Southwest Coastal Community Plan. It is imperative that you direct all of your testimony to the applicable criteria. If you believe a criterion applies that was not listed, you may address the unlisted criterion. However, I urge you to explain why the criterion must apply so that others can respond and so that I can address that criterion in my decision. Failure to raise an issue with enough detail to enable me or the other participants to respond does preclude your ability to appeal that issue to the Land Use Board of Appeals. Also, the failure to raise a constitutional or other issue related to the proposed conditions of approval with enough detail to allow me to respond to the issue in my decision precludes an action for damages in circuit court. As I just noted, I serve as the hearings officer in this matter. In that role, my job is to be an impartial decision maker. Thus, while I have a contract with the county to serve in this role, I am obligated to remain impartial. So to that end, I'll go on the record to state that I do not know the applicants in this hearing. I have not visited the site, and I do not have any ex parte contacts to disclose. The hearing will be conducted in the following order. We'll hear from the county staff, followed by the applicant. Then we'll call up those in favor of the application other than the applicant, those opposed to the application, and then there will be a rebuttal by the applicant, or an opportunity for the applicant to offer rebuttal. And then I may have questions for staff. Staff can give final comments or answer those questions. If you have written materials you would like to submit into the record, I think we can arrange to have those submitted to me through the county staff. So before we begin on that, does anyone wish to challenge either my ability to hear this matter or to challenge the county's jurisdiction over this matter? All right, hearing none, I'm going to turn it over, I think, to Ms. Hendrickson to deliver the staff report for this proceeding.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. My name is Gail, G-A-I-L, Henrickson, H-E-N-R-I-K-S-O-N, and I'm the Community Development Director for Clatsop County. I'm also requesting today that our staff cover memo dated June 14th, 2021, and all the supporting exhibits be included as part of the public record for today's hearing. Some background on this case. On January 12th, 2021, Cy and Diane Smith submitted a land use application to construct an approach road within the platted but unopened Anvil Rock Road right-of-way. The approach road would extend 150 feet north from East Shingle Mill Lane to property owned by the Smiths, also known as tax lot 41030CA04302, and hereafter referred to as tax lot 4302. The gravel approach road would be 20 feet in width. Approval of the approach road is requested in order to gain access to tax lot 4302. The property owners do not have any plans to develop the property at this time, but would install water, sewer, and electric lines to the site as part of the approach road construction. The applicants had also applied to construct a 50-foot long by 14-foot wide gravel driveway on the southeast corner of tax lot 4302. However, because that would be considered an accessory use to a primary residence, which is not proposed at this time, that use cannot be permitted and is not part of this application. On April 23rd, 2021, staff issued a notice of decision for conditional use permit application 21-000005. On May 5th, 2021, Michael Manzulli, on behalf of the Oregon Coast Alliance, called hereinafter referred to as ORCA, the Arch Cape Falcon Cove Beach Community Club, hereinafter referred to as the Community Club, and Stuart Sandler filed a notice of appeal. All three appellants had provided comments on CUP 21-000005 during the 10-day public comment period. So the grounds for the appeal are, number one, the director misinterpreted or misapplied the provisions and spirit of the comprehensive plan and implementing ordinances and/or acted outside the range of permissible discretion by approving an application to construct an access road to undeveloped land for which the applicant owner has no plan or timetable for development. Number two, the director acted outside the range of permissible discretion by failing to balance applicant's desire for an approach road against the negative impacts the proposed road will have on the environment. Number three, the director acted outside the range of permissible discretion by imposing conditions which conflict with ordinances, may be unenforceable, or are not proportionate to the impacts. And number four, the director failed to exercise her discretion to upgrade this application to a type 2A after receiving objections and questions from members of the public. Per ORS 215.416, subsection 11D, a de novo hearing is required. I'm sorry, I'm putting people on mute as I talk. Okay, so just a general overview of the project. The subject right-of-way is in the Arch Cape Rural Community Residential Zone and is designated as development in the county's comprehensive plan. The Amble Rock Road right-of-way, which is the subject of this hearing, was dedicated to the public when the plat of Cannon Beach Park Extension was recorded on October 11, 1926 in Book 8, page 43 of the Clatsop County Records. The property that is also owned by the Smiths, tax lot 4302, consists of lots 3 through 5, block 46 of that same plat. Tax lot 4302 is considered a lot of record per definitions in 1.0500 of the county code. The right-of-way itself is heavily wooded and is slightly sloped. It varies in elevation from approximately 20 feet at the south end at the intersection with East Shingle Mill Lane to approximately 24 feet at the north end of the proposed road extension. In January 12, 2021, road operations permit number 2102 was issued by Clatsop County Public Works in order to allow construction of the road extension. And that is included as Exhibit 4 of the Notice of Decision that was issued on April 23, 2021. The right-of-way and the adjacent tax lot 4302 is within the service areas of the Arch Cape Sewer District and the Arch Cape Water District, neither of which provided comment on this application. The right-of-way is also within the Cannon Beach Rural Fire Protection District, which also did not provide any comment on this application. In a review of the applicable criteria from the county code, the Land and Water Development and Use Code, the following would apply. We have section 4.0620, table 1, number 98, which states that new public or private road development or road extension is listed as a type 2 procedure. There is no regulation in the county's codes that would require an applicant to have a building permit or development permit plan for their property in order to receive approval to construct or extend a road to access that property. As a type 2 use, section 2.1020 details the type 2 application procedure process. Subsection 5 of that section states that if the community development director believes that persons other than the applicant can be expected to question the application's compliance with the ordinance, the director may treat the application as a type 2A procedure. This decision is at the discretion of the director and is not mandated. And so there was, at the discretion of the community development director, which would be me, and as permitted by section 2.10205, this process was not elevated to a type 2 procedure. A public notice was sent to adjacent property owners within 250 feet of the subject property on February 1st, 2021, and also to all public agencies. Notice of this appeal hearing was sent to property owners and public agencies on May 28th. The rights of way were posted with a sign on May 28th as well. and a legal notice was published in the Daily Historian on June 12, 2021. So staff generally has found that the proposed access within the platted but unopened Anvil Rock Road public right-of-way is an allowed conditional use in the ACRCR zone. It's subject to all applicable criteria, standards, and site plan review. And we believe that the criterion of section 4.0620, table 1, number 98 is met. With conditions of approval, we will ensure compliance with all applicable code provisions and all provisions within the comprehensive plan. And those would be conditions number 1 through 11 in the notice of decision that was issued April 23rd, 2021. Sections 2.4000 through 2.4050 specify the criteria that must be met by the applicant in order for a conditional use permit to be approved. These criteria include requirements that an application comply with all codes and with the county's comprehensive plan. The criterion evaluate the suitability of the site for the proposed use, the availability of infrastructure to serve the site, the topography, natural hazards, natural resource values, and other features, and examines potential impacts to aquatic and coastal shorelands and major and peripheral big game habitat. Staff's findings and conclusions regarding the criteria in sections 2.4000 through 2.4050 are as follows. Public or private road development or extension is identified in the ACRCR zone as a conditional use as stated in section 4.0620, table 1, number 98. This indicates the use was examined when the provisions, goals, and policies of the comprehensive plan were developed, and standards were devised at that time to ensure the use could be made consistent with the comprehensive plan. These standards were then adopted into the zoning ordinance, ensuring the use could be made to be consistent with the plan and meet the requirements of the zone. Similarly, given that the use is listed among those that may be conditionally approved by the director, the use was reviewed in general previously, and it was determined the use could meet the Land and Water Development and Use Code requirements and standards with the application of appropriate conditions. Extension of a public road within a platted but unopened right-of-way does not require off-street parking. The Anvil Rock Road right-of-way was established with the recording of the Cannon Beach Park Extension plat, again recorded in 1926. The platted right-of-way itself is 40 feet in width, which is 10 feet narrower than required by our current code. Per section 2.40405, staff is allowed to apply additional conditions of approval that would require additional right-of-way dedication. And in this case, staff has included a condition of approval, condition number 6 in the notice of decision, that would require the property owners of tax lot 4302 to dedicate an additional 5-foot wide right-of-way width along Anvil Rock Road right-of-way to bring that right-of-way closer to compliance with our current codes. There's no fencing or buffering that's required for the proposed use. No street lighting is required for the county's road standards in section 3.9830. Stop signs or street signs would be required per section 3.983016C. And a condition of approval, condition number 3, would require the applicant to provide that documentation from Clatsop County Public Works, verifying that all required street signage has been installed. Anvil Rock Road itself is accessed from East Shingle Mill Lane, which is a 20-foot wide paved travel path within a 60-foot wide platted right-of-way. East Shingle Mill Lane is a county road and is classified as a rural local roadway. East Shingle Mill Lane itself connects to Highway 101, and the Anvil Rock Road is right-of-way is approximately 700 feet east of Highway 101. Clatsop County Public Works staff, who have been in communication with the applicant since December 2020, were also notified of this conditional use application. We received comments from Public Works during the initial 10-day public comment period that confirmed the requirement to construct a 20-foot wide gravel road within the public right-of-way. And as I stated previously, on January 12, 2021, Public Works issued permit number 21-02 to the applicants for the road extension. The development of this proposed access within the public platted right-of-way does not inherently generate trips, as a road itself is not a destination. A road only carries trips to the destination, and the development of the 150-foot long proposed road extension would not have a significant impact on state facilities, which would include Highway 101 to the west. The purpose of the proposed road development is to provide vehicle access to property owned by the applicants for the purpose of future residential development. Residential development requires vehicle access, potable water supply, and sewage disposal. While the subject right-of-way and the adjacent tax lot 4302 are served by the Arch Cape Water District and the Arch Cape Sewer District, neither of which provide a comment, no water or sewer is actually required to support construction of the road. The site is also within the Cannon Beach Rural Fire Protection District. Again, no comments were provided by that agency. And the proposed access is outside of lands that are mapped for geologic hazards, and it's outside the area mapped as either major or peripheral big game habitat. The 150-foot long extension proposed by the applicant and the additional 40-foot long extension required by Public Works may impact a portion of an identified wetland within the right-of-way. The applicants have provided a wetland delineation that has been approved by the Oregon Department of State Lands. Any impacts to this wetland area would be subject to the requirements of the state removal fill law, and cumulative fill or removal of 50 cubic yards or greater would require a state permit. The Arch Cape Rural Community Residential Zone Development Standards, section 4.0630, subsection 3E5, requires that landscape be preserved in its natural state to the maximum extent possible by minimizing tree vegetation and soils removal. Cut and fill construction methods are discouraged, and roads and driveways should follow slope contours in a manner that prevents erosion and rapid discharge into natural drainages. The code also requires disturbed areas to be revegetated with native species. As a road, this is a little bit more difficult to accomplish because there are safety concerns that oftentimes will conflict with vegetation preservation. A condition of approval that staff has recommended is that the applicant is required to provide a tree removal plan along with their grading, drainage, and erosion control review application. The erosion control plan will be commensurate with section 3.2000, which is our erosion control standards, and to the greatest extent possible through coordination with Clatsop County Public Works, a condition of approval would require as much existing natural vegetation as possible to be preserved within that right-of-way. In 2020, Public Works did issue 5 other permits for work within the surrounding rights-of-way in this area. These permits are for rights-of-way that are similar or steeper topography and verify that the natural and physical features of the right-of-way are suitable to support the proposed road. With regard to uses on surrounding properties, these primarily consist of existing residential dwellings or vacant residential land. And in order to access the vacant residential land, it's necessary to construct the road extension within the platted existing public right-of-way. Section 2.1130, subsection 4, requires applicants to provide proof of legal access to a property in order to receive development permit approval to construct improvements on the property. Section 2.1130, subsection 2A, requires documentation to verify that water and sewer are available to service a property prior to issuing a development permit for a residential structure. The proposed use in this conditional use permit application is required to support that future development. There is no regulation, as I stated previously, in our code that would require an applicant to obtain or submit for building permits prior to extending the roadway to access their property. Goal 17, which we will talk about later in the county's comprehensive plan, also defines coastal shorelands in the planning area, and that's one of the criteria in section 2.4000 that we are required to examine. Per our comprehensive plan, coastal shorelands are those lands west of Highway 101, and this property is east of Highway 101. The right-of-way that's in question is not in the coastal shoreline planning area and is not adjacent to any coastal shorelands. There is an Arch Cape local wetland inventory that was completed in 2011, and that's also included in our notice of decision. Arch Cape Creek is defined as an ODFW designated essential salmonid habitat from the ocean to approximately 1 mile upstream, where there is a 15-foot waterfall, a natural barrier to fish passage. Most tributaries flow out of the hills south and east of the study area, though seasonally there are drainages which flow out of the wetlands located north of East Shingle Mill Lane. So the area that we're looking at for this right-of-way is approximately 100 feet north of East Shingle Mill Lane and approximately 300 feet north of Arch Cape Creek. As I stated earlier, the applicants have provided a site-specific wetland delineation prepared by a professional wetland scientist that has been reviewed and approved by the Oregon Department of State Lands. And it's approval number WD number 2020-0667. Department of State Lands instructs local jurisdictions, including Clatsop County, to refer to approved wetland delineations where available, rather than a local wetland inventory, the national wetland inventory. And the reason for that is because delineations represent the most precise information available. And while the limits of the road construction are not marked on the approved delineation, it appears that all or most of the road improvements and utility installations would avoid the delineated wetlands. However, as noted in DSL's Department of State Lands approval letter, the study area and the right-of-way are subject to the state's removal fill law. Any fill or excavation activities that impact the wetland will require mitigation, which would be determined by Department of State Lands. And any fill or excavation that would exceed 50 cubic yards in a wetland would also require a permit from the state. Construction of the proposed road is not anticipated to interfere with the normal use of any coastal shorelands, to cause unreasonably adverse effects to aquatic or coastal shoreland areas, and any wetland impacts that may be proposed by the applicant would be subject to review by the Department of State Lands. The road is going to be outside the mapped big game habitat and is not on lands designated as agricultural or conservation forest lands. So we, as staff, have determined that with conditions of approval number 1 through 11 and regulations number 1 through 4 noted in the notice of decision, that the proposed project would comply with all the requirements of section 2.4000. So then section 3.2000 contains the county erosion control standards. The Public Works Department has issued that perform operations permit on January 12th of this year. And one of our conditions of approval and Public Works conditions of approval is that the applicants obtain all required county permits prior to starting construction. Part of that will include the grading, erosion, and drainage review application. And that is also included as condition number 7 in the notice of decision. Section 3.9800, which covers transportation improvements and road standard specifications for design and construction. The stated purpose of this section of code is the establishment of the criteria to be used in Clatsop County for evaluating the appropriateness of proposed roads which are intended to provide access to lots or parcels. These criteria shall form the basis for determining what requirements are necessary to ensure that there will be adequate provisions available now and in the future to provide for the transportation needs of lots, parcels, or developments. Subsection 2 of section 3.9810 states that conditions of development approval is entitled Conditions of Development Approval, and states that no development may occur unless required transportation facilities are in place or guaranteed in conformance with the provisions of this document. In our review of these criteria, staff has found that the roadway, which has been reviewed by Clatsop County Public Works and has a permit to perform operations in the right-of-way, which means that Public Works has reviewed this project and found that it complies with all of their minimum required county road standards. With conditions of approval that require the roadway to conform to all these standards, we believe that this criteria is met. We also have subsection 3 of section 3.9810, which looks at the criteria for road construction, subsection 4, which includes general standards, and subsection 5, which includes specific standards. Looking at these 3 sections of code, the road extension, which is for the purpose of accessing the applicant's property, will not immediately require accommodation for mail or school bus or public transit or garbage service to the site. However, it does allow for police, fire, and ambulance vehicles to access the property even before a house is built on tax lot 4302. Construction of the road to the A22 standard would allow this emergency access to occur. And in addition to that, Public Works has also requested an additional 40-foot long road extension to ensure that vehicles have a safe turnaround area. So we believe that all of these criteria have been met as well. Okay, and then section 2.9410 is the site plan review requirements. And condition number 4 of our notice of decision would require the applicant to submit a final site plan prior to staff issuing a development permit for this proposed road access. With regard to the policies, goals, and objectives within the county's comprehensive plan, goal 1 deals with citizen involvement, and policies 7, 8, and 9 would be applicable to this project. Our staff finding is that, again, we have sent the required public notices to property owners within 250 feet. We've notified the required public agencies. We have posted the right-of-way, and we have also run a published legal notice for this hearing as well. And so these criteria have been met. Goal 2, which deals with land use planning, states that there are 6 different categories of plan designations in Clatsop County and the way we break up our land. One of those is development, and development are those areas with a combination of physical, biological, and social economic characteristics which make them necessary and suitable for residential, commercial, or industrial development, and includes those which can be adequately served by existing or planned urban service facilities. And in Clatsop County, one of the identified areas for development is the Arch Cape area and the ACRCR zone. So this criteria would not, or this project would not conflict with those requirements of Goal 2. Goal 5 deals with open spaces, scenic and historic areas, and natural areas. And specifically under our wetlands policy number 1, it states that the county will protect identified significant freshwater wetlands for which no conflicting uses have been identified from incompatible uses. And our staff finding and conclusion regarding this policy is that the subject right-of-way contains the portion of large freshwater forested wetland complex that is connected to Arch Cape Creek, and that's identified as a locally significant wetland in the Arch Cape local wetland inventory. However, while it's classified as significant in the local wetland inventory, it's not included in the county's inventory of Goal 5 resources, nor has Clatsop County adopted the Arch Cape local wetland inventory. And as stated previously, the applicants do have an approved wetland delineation from the Oregon Department of State Lands. And it does appear that the majority, if not all of the proposed road development will occur outside those wetland areas. Again, however, if there are impacts to those wetland areas, it will be up to the Department of State Lands, which has jurisdiction over the wetlands, to determine what mitigation and permitting will be required. Goal 6 of the comprehensive plan deals with air, water, and land resources quality. Policy 3 specifically states that the cumulative effect of development on the county's environment should be monitored and, where appropriate, regulated. And so staff's response states that development within the ACR-CR zone is regulated, obviously by the fact that it's within the zone that has regulations in our code. Public or private road development or road extension is identified as a type 2 use permitted in that zone under section 4.0620, table 1, number 98. This indicates that the use was examined when the previous goals, policies of the comprehensive plan were developed, and standards were devised to ensure that this use could be made consistent with the comprehensive plan. We believe that with conditions of approval, we will be able to ensure the maximum preservation of landscaping and impacts to the wetland, if any, will be reviewed, permitted, and mitigated through Department of State Lands. And we believe that this proposed project is consistent with Goal 6, Policy 3. Goal 11 in the comprehensive plan deals with public facilities and services. And the applicable policies here would be number 1, which describes the development land use category, and then sub policy B, which deals with rural service areas. And again, Arch Cape is defined as a rural service area in the county's comprehensive plan. Our staff findings include the fact that the Arch Cape Rural Community Residential Zone is within the rural community of Arch Cape, and formerly referred to as a rural service area. There is public water and sewer utilities available to serve the property, and it is within the Cannon Beach Rural Fire Protection District. It has service by the Clatsop County Sheriff's Office and also Medics Ambulance Service. The construction of this proposed roadway extension within the platted public right-of-way will not impact school capacity. Further construction of a single-family dwelling on tax lot 4302 would also not have a significant impact on the school systems within the county. We believe that this application is consistent with the policies in Goal 11. Goal 12, transportation, specifically Goal 1, Objective 5, Goal 3, Objective 3, Goal 7, Objective 4, and Goal 8, Objective 2, which looks at transportation impacts and minimizing impacts on wetlands and wildlife habitat. We believe that these criteria are met by this application. The reason for this is that we will be applying the county's road standards, which are contained in section 3.9800 of the county's code, to this project. As we previously mentioned, the existing platted public right-of-way is 40 feet in width, and we do have a condition of approval that would require an additional 5 feet of dedication in that right-of-way to bring it closer to compliance with our current county standards. Okay, so transportation impacts generally were considered both at the time the comprehensive plan was drafted and adopted in 1980, and also when Arch Cape was designated as a rural community in 2003. The ACR-CR zone is intended for low-density residential use, and the existing underlying plats are consistent with that stated purpose. Installation of a previously envisioned road within an existing platted public right-of-way does not change the intended use of the land or the zone of the land, and it will not change the envisioned land use pattern and will not alter already permitted densities. So we believe that the project is consistent with these applicable policies from Goal 12. And then finally, looking at the Southwest Coastal Community Plan, there are several applicable policies and sections related to housing, which would be policies 3 and 4, public facilities, policy number 2, transportation, policy number 7, rural service area development, policy 3. And then there is a goal that states to maintain high quality of residential development in keeping with the natural environment, and beneath that would be policy 1. There is another goal that states to encourage the use of natural features of the land, such as topography and vegetation, which also has policy 1. And staff has determined that the proposed project would be consistent with the goals and policies in the Southwest Community Plan. So again, the ultimate goal of this project is to allow residential development of the adjacent tax lot 4302, which is owned by the Smiths. The roadway extension would allow the applicants to enter onto their property in order to be able to assess the land and prepare their development plans. Roadway construction, which is listed as a separate use in the county's code, separate from a building permit or a development permit for a single family dwelling, is the necessary first step to complete the residential development that's envisioned in the Southwest Coastal Community Plan for this area. The subject right-of-way and the adjacent tax lot 4302 are both served by water and sewer. They're within the fire protection district. And again, we received no comments from either of those agencies regarding this proposed plan. We believe that the project would conform with all these goals and policies within the Southwest Coastal Community Plan. And then as part of the public comment period, staff has received several written comments in addition to people who will be speaking at the hearing today. And we're going to read those into the record as well. So in support of the project, we heard from William Anderson. Mr. Anderson wrote, "Good morning. I would like to register to testify in support of the Smith conditional use permit in Tuesday's appeals hearing. This road is the only means of entry to the 10 lots that we own off Shingle Mill and which we plan to build a small eco-friendly family cabin on 1 to 2 of the lots while preserving the rest of our property and leaving it untouched. Our permit documents are complete, just wanting on approval of the road to be able to formally submit." Let's see, Jana Anderson wrote, "May I please be registered to testify in Tuesday's appeal hearing in support of the Smith's conditional use permit. We own 10 lots off of Shingle Mill, and this is the only access road to our lots in which we are waiting to submit our permit application for a small family cabin." Then in opposition, we did receive several written comments as well. We received photos from Lisa Kerr. There was no context or explanation provided other than she requested they be entered into the record. We had Michelle Woolert, who wrote, "As members of the Arch Cape Falcon Cove Beach Community Club and the Oregon Coast Alliance, as well as Arch Cape homeowners since 1993, we wish to express our strong opposition to the Cy and Diane Smith conditional use permit, resulting in Appeal 18621000325-PLNG. Number one, Clatsop County's comprehensive plan was misinterpreted by approving the Smith's application to construct an access road to undeveloped land without a plan or timetable for the land's development. Number two, Clatsop County failed to balance the applicant's desire to build an approach road against the negative impacts this proposed road will have on the environment. Number three, Clatsop County imposed conditions on the road project that conflict with ordinances, may be unenforceable, or are not proportionate to the impacts. Number four, Clatsop County failed to upgrade this application to a Type 2 after receiving objections and questions from members of the public. In summary, we wholeheartedly support the appeal brought by the Arch Cape Falcon Cove Beach Community Association and the Oregon Coast Alliance." We had comments from Stuart Sandler, and I believe he will be testifying live. He does have a written letter here. It was emailed to you, Mr. Brooks, this morning. It's 3 pages, but if Mr. Sandler does not object, I would prefer not to have to read all that, but I will if he so desires. Mr. Sandler, did you want me to read your letter into the record?
Well, are you asking me if I want to read it myself or if you're going to do it?
I'm asking you, do you want me to read it into the record? It's already part of the record.
So you're going to read it rather than me?
You can read it.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine. Do I,
Okay, good. That makes our time a little bit easier. The next set of comments came from Leighton Borkham. Let's see. I am writing to state my opposition to the Smith land use application number 18621000325 PLNG. My husband and I have been residents of the impacted Arch Cape community for 30 years. My concerns about this conditional use permit are as follows. 1. The proposed road encroaches on wetlands that are identified on the National Wetlands Inventory and the Arch Cape Local Wetlands Inventory. Given this designation, it is noticeable that there has been no hydrology study to help determine the current holding capacity of the wetland or what it would be with increased development and what that would mean to public safety in the area. It seems clear that the wetlands designation in the cited inventories have been established to provide community guidance for purposeful development. Why are they now ignored? Number 2, the county maintains that there is no connection between the proposed road and the future home construction it will enable. This puts the county in a position to be viewed as misleading and intentionally unresponsive to community input for responsible development. Number 3, an elk herd resides in this area. There has been no attempt to determine the status of the herd and what development may mean. Is this a transition zone or a wildlife corridor? A lack of planning in this area has been shown to present significant problems in other developments, i.e. Gerhardt. Number 4, this is a proposal for one building site, but there are 2 other proposals currently on the table for roads encroaching on the Arch Cape designated wetlands. The stage seems to be set for an inevitable eradication of the existing wetlands in the interest of ill-conceived development. Number 5, granting the Smith conditional use permit puts the county in the position of supporting a plan based on outdated plat maps and antiquated zoning. The county has the potential to address the issues of development in the Arch Cape community with a focus that recognizes the importance of natural features, wildlife, and the health of our forests. This is what the residents of the Arch Cape community will support. Next set of comments comes from Dale Mosby. Let's see. So his comments are, I will be traveling on June 22nd, so will be unable to attend or speak during the hearing. Please consider this letter as my opposition to the development of roads in Arch Cape for access to undeveloped land for which there is not a development permit granted. The 3 road construction projects, Smith, Laird, Looney, should only be allowed after a development permit has been granted, showing how the land will be developed in accordance to the present zoning. The county land platted for road development is better served as natural forest vegetation until such time as a road is required. At this time, both the Arch Cape Water District and the North Coast Land Conservancy are working on projects that hope to purchase substantial tracts of land to the east of Arch Cape. Both of these projects are planning to decommission many miles of existing roads due to the cost of maintenance and the negative environmental impact of unnecessary roads. Even maintained roads have more of an impact on the environment, such as in the area of water quality, as does natural forest land. The amount of land devoted to roads should be kept to a minimum and roads constructed only where and when they are needed. New development needs to be done in a comprehensive manner with new roads constructed only when required. In this case, there has been no documented need for these roads. Then we had comments from Richard and Catherine D'Onofrio. We are opposed to the Smith, Laird, and Looney applications to build roads on their land. This is a sensitive wetland complex with no shown need for roads. There are no plans for new development. No studies or analyses have been done to evaluate what effect the roads will have on the environment. None of these landowners have any intention of building at this time. What if development plans show the land to be unbuildable or the owners abandon their plans? Then you've approved roads to nowhere. Mary Jo Mosby writes, I am opposed to 100% approval of all applications that come into your office allowing the development of roads where there is no development plan in place. It seems that each application request is looked at individually without regard to a larger understanding of the area. If we are to develop roads on undeveloped land that the county owns, a comprehensive development plan needs to be in place for the area, including consideration of wetlands and older Sitka trees, which only exist in a slim area of the Pacific Northwest coast. Otherwise, we will have a hodgepodge of roads leading to nowhere with individual decisions based only on each small plot. This makes no sense in regards to a quality neighborhood development. I am opposed to development of properties on an individual basis with no thought to qualify for life or future generations and with no development plan in place. Looking to the future on being a good steward of the lands for future generations and their quality of life is just the right thing to do. And finally, our last comment was from Aaron Matusik. To whom it may concern, please vote to protect the remaining Arch Cave wetlands and green space from development. I have not seen a demonstrated need for the roads or analysis on the effects these roads will have on the ecosystem or neighborhood. Section 3.9800 of Clatsop County Code is clear that the purpose of roads being built to county road standards is to provide access to new development. Clatsop County approved Smith, Laird, and Looney roads that do not serve new developments. All three landowners have no intention of building now. Why would the county requiring road building for development that may never occur? Staff did have a few responses to those public comments. First of all, new road development or road extension is listed as a development use independent of residential dwelling construction in the ACR-CR zone. At the time the code was adopted, it was anticipated that road construction would be permitted separately from residential development through the Type 2 conditional use procedure. There is no requirement within the law doc to construct the road or extend the road only in conjunction with a permit to develop the adjacent lot or parcel. Additionally, per section 10.510 of Roads and the County, a manual for Oregon County officials, ORS 374 addresses the control of access to public roads. In 2011, the legislature modified ORS 374.309 to provide that, quote, counties may not apply the law so as to deny any property adjoining a road or highway reasonable access, unquote. Common law also provides that property owners have a legal right to access their properties. In this instance, that access is via a public platted right-of-way. County ordinances require that the roadway be constructed to adopted county road standards. The applicants have submitted a copy of the Oregon Department of State Lands approved wetland delineation, as has been mentioned. And it shows that basically the roadway extension will be outside of the identified wetland area. If there are impacts to the wetland from development activities, those will be monitored by and approved by the Oregon Department of State Lands, and that department agency will determine whether any appropriate mitigation requirements are required. With regard to the old subdivision plats, it is correct that many of these subdivisions were drafted and recorded without the benefit of ground truthing. However, the parcels that are within those plats are now in private ownership, and there are investment-backed expectations that these private property owners have. When we adopted our comprehensive plan and our implementing zoning ordinances and standards in 1980, this area of the county with its existing subdivision plats was identified as an area that would be capable of sustaining additional low-density residential development in the future. The construction of the roadway extension is the first progression towards that envisioned outcome, which would eventually lead to the development of a single-family home. We heard many references about roads to nowhere. However, this is not a unique circumstance within Clatsop County. Many of the roads that are east of Highway 101 terminate at the boundaries of privately owned forest resource lands. Lands west of Highway 101 terminate at the ocean, or even before. And in both cases, homes have already been developed along or in close proximity to these quote unquote roads to nowhere. with regard to topography and fiscal considerations, in 1926, when this area was platted, those considerations may have made development prohibitive. But subsequently, we've had advances in technology that are combined with rising value of land and have made such development feasible at this time. Finally, the Anvil Rock Road is a public right-of-way. It's dedicated on the Cannon Beach Park Extension plat to the use of the public forever. This public interest has not been vacated, and the public is able to utilize the rights-of-way to access platted property that is privately owned, as was intended by this original subdivision plat. Based on the analysis and findings that have been provided by staff, we are recommending approval of this conditional use permit subject to the conditions and the notice of approval that was issued on April 23rd, 2021, and which is included as Exhibit A in the staff cover memo dated June 14th, 2021, which is part of this agenda package. And I appreciate your patience, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Ms. Hendrickson. I don't have any questions for staff at the moment, so we will move on to allow the applicant to present the application as they wish.
I'm sharing my webcam, but I'm not seeing myself. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
I don't know why my webcam is, oh, there it is, okay. Do you mean the appellant?
No, I mean the applicant. We're processing this as a de novo hearing, and so the burden here still remains on the applicant, so I would like the applicant to go first.
Oh, okay.
So the applicants, you're saying Cy Diane Smith, then for the approval of the approach road?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Cy and Diane Smith. We're presently we live in just outside of Sun River, Bend, Oregon, and first of all, I want to thank Clatsop County and Gail and Jerry and all of them down at Clatsop County for leading Diane and I through this whole situation, this mess, and I really appreciate their time that they've spent in leading us through to do this right and legal, because when just something about ourselves. So in 2008, 15 years ago, we bought this property, and we did our due diligence through the county, and calling them and asking them about this property, and that it was a legal right property for single-family residents, and that there was a plotted road there, Anvil Rock. And so we purchased this property in the hopes, loving the community there, that we would have the opportunity someday when we retired to do something with this property for not only our kids, for our grandkids. So to make a long story short, we put in for these permits to drive this road and received approval, which have at great joy for us, and we had a contractor to start, and then really this whole thing started. But we wanted to do it right, and we wanted to do it fair. And so going through the county, I just really praise them for helping us, because we're not land lawyers. We don't know a whole lot about this. So we have been at their mercy and done everything that they have asked us to do with doing our wetlands delineation, which there was prior to we bought this. They ended up doing another one in 2011 after we bought this I think to kind of squash people from building, not being able to build, which they've done everything they can to not have people use their property and build on their property here. So we're just asking for approval on this, not only for ourselves, but for Billy and Jana Anderson, who we are partnering with, who want to build before we do. They have plans in the works to build something for their family. So we are partnering with them to get this water, electric, and sewer and plotted access to our properties. And we're hoping that this gets taken care of, or gets approved, so we can enjoy this area just like the people of the community there have done for years. And we have done everything that we can do through the county, which I've never seen a county like them. We live in Deschutes County, and I've done a lot of work here through the county, and they've been fantastic in this whole process. And I really don't think it would matter if we had a building plan at this time, which we do have a building plan, but in our heads. But with the money factor on what this is costing us so far to have all this wetland study and the road and the conditional use permits and move the hydrant, which we first had to do because it was right in the middle of the plotted road. The hydrant, we had it moved and didn't have any objections to doing all of that to get this through and to enjoy this area like the people who live there do, and that we've owned this property for years and just want to do that just like they do. So, I mean, I don't know if Billy and Jana want to say something, but that's really all I have to say. I wanted everyone to meet us and to know that we had purchased 3 lots because we wanted little impact as we could. And I know that Billy and Jana bought a sizable lot across from us and wanted minimal impact on the community. And that's why we bought 3 lots to, I mean, we've been paying taxes there for years. I mean, for the people of the community that live there now to enjoy what they have, really through us paying taxes there for years. And we just want approval for this so we can enjoy it. Thank you for listening to me.
All right, thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Is there anyone who has signed up to testify in favor of the application other than the applicant?
Yes, there are. We have 3 people signed up in favor, William Anderson, Jana Anderson, and Vito Sorelli.
All right, Mr. Anderson, would you like to go first? I'm not seeing anybody with that name on my list of participants here. Do we know what Mr. Anderson's called in as or logged in as?
I do not see him either unless he's on the phone. Jana, I think
I'm on here. I'm sorry. He is on the phone, so I wonder if he's having a hard time getting off mute. But if I can go ahead if that's all right.
Sure, Ms. Anderson, you can go next.
Or does that mess with your agenda? Because I can try and get him on the line. I thought he was on.
No, if you signed up to testify in favor of the application, you can go ahead and go.
Okay, yeah, he says he's on, but he can't seem to get off mute. Okay,
yeah,
all right.
So before you begin, *6 will take you off mute on your phone, and we'll also put you back on mute.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm on my phone. I apologize. I'm traveling for work, so I'm unable to call from a computer. But yeah, William Anderson, my wife Jan and I, we both live with our 2 kids in Portland, Oregon. Similar to the Smiths, we've enjoyed that section of the coast for several years now, and we're just fortunate enough to be able to purchase some land there. Similar to what Sai had said, we do plan to just only develop on a small portion of our land and preserve the remaining lots that we do own. We also fully intend to we have designed our current small cabin in the most eco-responsible energy and water efficient manner possible. That's one thing that I specialize in work, and something that we've been working towards and always dreamt of doing. We also we've done the same as the Smiths have done. We've done all the proper due diligence, we feel. We've also done a wetland delineation report, had that filed with the Department of State Lands, and we do not plan to impact anywhere near that delineation line, but keeping it as far on our property line away from that as possible, as well as preserving all of the existing old growth clusters that are there. Where we plan on building is actually where it clears slightly. And we would ask that the community approve, we appreciate the county and the support that Ms. Director Hendrickson has provided, the direction she's given, and we hope that we can get this approved so that we can move forward with our plans. As Cy had indicated as well, we do have our permit package ready to be submitted for our small footprint cabin. What's been holding up that is the approval on this road, being that one of the prerequisites, I guess, before we're able to go in for permit. So that is all underway. So as soon as this approval goes through, that is our intention. And I'm trying to think what else. And both my wife and I, we are actively involved with several professional organizations, and hope to be just as involved with the Arch Cape community and the preservation that is happening there in order to protect the area. That is not something we treat lightly. It's something that we do have a passion for and are planning to participate in. With that said, we are looking forward to be able to enjoy the land that we do own and enjoy that section of the coast for many years to come, raising our kids there and so on and so forth. So we appreciate your consideration and hope that this does get approved. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Ms. Anderson, do you still wish to make some comments?
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. So Jana Anderson, Jana, last name Anderson. As my husband William said, we live in Portland, Oregon with our young family, and we've purchased 10 lots that are just across Anvil Rock Road or street from Cy and Diane Smith. I think the plotted number is 400, if that's helpful. It's 10 lots, very natural habitat, and we fell in love with it because of that. We are very passionate about the coastline there and have really enjoyed our kids getting to spend time out in nature there. And we feel very passionately, as my husband said, about keeping it as natural as possible. We have plans for a very small family dwelling there. We're ready to go. So this is very much in the works and ready to move forward and build. And the intention is to keep the vast majority of that land natural exactly as it is. No intention to change that. But this access road really is necessary for us to be able to move forward with those plans so that we can access our property and enjoy the property that we've purchased. So this access road is really necessary for us to be able to move forward. So thank you for giving me a chance to speak in support of this conditional use permit.
All right, thank you for your time. Ms. Hendrickson, it sounded like there was a third person that had signed up in support.
Yes, Vito Sorelli.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, so I wanted to follow up to the Andersons' message here that I'm currently working with them on plans for their small cabin on the property, and I feel like with their background in design as well as the response to the site, they're looking at building a small plus or minus 600 square foot footprint residence, and I feel like they've put a lot of effort and due diligence in getting the wetlands review survey completed and filed with the state. As Billy had mentioned, we are very close to submitting for permit. One of the items that will need to be recorded and approved would be this road access to provide the 2 off-street parking spaces as well as an address to the site. But we have full intentions of submitting for permit and hopefully building this calendar year, assuming everything moves forward with this new road access. But it's going to be a small cabin that I think responds very nicely to the environment, and I think the Andersons would be a great addition to the community.
All right, thank you. So with that, we will move on to those who have signed up opposed to the application. I would like to start with the appellant, or appellants. So if those individuals can identify themselves, and then we'll go.
Can you hear me all right?
I can, thank you.
Okay. My name is Lisa Kerr, Lisakerr. My address is Post Office Box 94, Cannon Beach, Oregon 97110. And I am here speaking on behalf of the appellants. There will be other people speaking. I think Stuart Sandler is one of the appellants, but he will also be addressing you himself. We're also requesting that the letters, the comments submitted by ORCA and by the Arch Cape Falcon Cove Beach Community Club and by Stuart Sandler all be included in the record. The comments submitted during the public comment period, as well as letters setting forth grounds for appeal, that they all be included in the record. It is the appellant's position that this application is not in compliance with either the code, Land and Water Development and Use Code, which I'll just refer to as the code for brevity, or the comprehensive plan, and I'll refer to that as the comp plan. Starting with section 2.1000, which addresses the procedure types and determinations of proper procedure. We believe that, well, section 2.10205 states that if the community development director believes that persons other than the applicant can be expected to question the application's compliance with the ordinance, the director may treat the application as a type 2A procedure. Clearly, this is discretionary with the director, but we believe that the director abused her discretion in this case by denying our request for a 2A designation and for putting this case before the hearings officer rather than the planning commission, which would provide an opportunity for a much more robust public forum. There was a lot of comments about this application, and even though that's the case, the director still determined that she would exercise her discretion and classify it as a type 2. Starting with the code provision article 2, procedures for land use applications, section 2.1130 states, an application for development must meet the materials specified in this section. And then it goes on, and the county cites section 2.11304, which requires that an applicant provide proof of legal access to the property in order for a development permit to be issued. And that was one of the major justifications for approving this application on the part of the county. In addition, the staff stated in their response that in order for a development permit to be issued, an applicant must demonstrate that there is legal access to the property, and that the assertion that the road and utilities should not be installed until a development permit for a dwelling has been issued would put the applicants in a circular loop of logic, which would prohibit them from ever obtaining a permit to construct a home. This is what the county has stated. However, the county is misconstruing these provisions because proof of legal access is not the same thing as a county road. There already is proof of legal access. It's merely a proof. Legal access is a showing of the ability to access property through the right-of-way. In fact, you must show the proof of legal access to construct a road. So clearly they are two different things, and the ordinances themselves differentiate. Thus, denying premature road building does not equate with denying legal access to private property. And that seems to be a theme running through this, that somehow the appellants are trying to deny legal access to the applicants. This isn't true. This is a private right-of-way already. It's platted. What we are arguing is that it's premature to put a county road through that particular right-of-way before there's any plans for construction. The plats themselves, just by their very nature, provide proof of legal access. The ordinance does not say actual development of access must be in place, just that the legal access exists. Section 2.4030 under procedures for land use applications, section 3A requires that the hearing body must determine that the development will comply with the following criteria. And criteria A states that the proposed use does not conflict with any provisions, goal, or policy of the comprehensive plan. So the county obviously has to adhere to the comprehensive plan. And a little later on, I will demonstrate areas where we believe that this application is not, and the approval is not in compliance with that plan. Going back to the code, procedures for land use applications, section 2.4030 3C4. I quote, in addition to the other applicable standards of this ordinance, the hearing body must determine that the development will comply with the following criteria to approve a conditional use permit. C, the site under consideration is suitable for the proposed use, considering 4, the natural and physical features of the site, such as topography, natural hazards, natural resource values, and other features. But in this case, we don't know. We don't know if there will be a residence developed, or in fact, there is no permit in place to examine what kind of residence is planned in the future, how many residents, if in fact the wetland considerations of the site may make development too cost prohibitive or prevent the kind of residence envisioned by the applicant. So at this point, it's future development that we don't even know if it will take place, if the site will sustain it, and how that development may impact the wetlands. In short, it's our position that the county is putting the cart before the horse. Section 3.9810, general road and access policies, and I'll paraphrase. The Clatsop County road standards are intended to provide access to new development in a manner which reduces construction costs, makes efficient uses of the land, and which accommodates convenient pedestrian bicycle circulation. The Smiths don't have any plans for building now, and these roads are not serving new development. That section requires that it's to provide access to new development. Again, that's 3.9810. There is no new development. Again, it's putting the cart before the horse. There is no new development in place, and there aren't even any plans for new development at this point, just the road. Section 3.9510 speaks to systems which integrate both roads and land use. The regulations in this quote, the regulations in this section further the orderly layout and use of land, protect community character, and conserve natural resources by promoting well-designed roads and access systems and discouraging the unplanned subdivision of land. Excuse me. Both of these sections envision a system, an integrated approach to both land and road development. These applications force a piecemeal approach, which makes it much harder to analyze the potential cumulative impacts of the projects. The staff response to the Arch Cape Falcon Cove Beach Community Club states that road development and road extensions are considered separate uses from development of a residential lot or parcel in the ACRCR zone. Section 4.0 the Arch Cape Row Community Residential Zone, which is where this application is located, states under purposes and intent, section 2, that the zone has been developed with the purpose to not adversely impact adjacent resource lands. Looking at development piecemeal, as this application requires, will do nothing to ensure that there is not an impact to resource lands. The staff response saying that there is that if this subdivision were to be recorded in 2021, a condition of approval would require that the roads and utilities be constructed prior to any development permits being issued for the adjacent platted lots. Misses the point that the community club was making in their letter. If this subdivision were recorded in 2021, there would be a plan for the whole subdivision. It would be properly vetted. The entire subdivision would be looked at as an entire plan. That is the purpose of that section, not piecemeal as we're doing here. Why would you develop roads unless you knew there was a reason for them? Unless you knew the houses were actually going to go in, and that the plans for those houses met both the requirements of the comp plan and the code. It's a backwards way of developing land, and it does not take into account either the cumulative effects of the development as required by the comp plan or the impact on resources as a whole. This project conflicts with the comprehensive plan as well as the code. Comp plan goal 1 talks about citizen involvement. The planner says that goal 1 was satisfied by the way the planner handled citizen involvement. It is our position that the Smith application should have been addressed, as I said before, as a type 2A rather than a type 2 application. We also submit that this application should have come before the Planning Commission, not the hearings officer. By placing it in front of the hearings officer, you take away the ability for local people to participate in the decision-making process. True, anyone can voice their concerns in front of the hearings officer, but the Planning Commission is made up of local people, and those people would be taking part in the decision-making process itself. And that's why by putting it in front of just a hearings officer, you're denying that local participation in the decision-making process. And going against goal 1 of the comp plan, which encourages citizen involvement in the planning process. It's true that the planner can exercise her discretion, and she did, but we believe it was an abuse of discretion. Goal 5 of the comp plan. Goal 5, the inventory, the wetland inventory is not complete. It's an incomplete inventory. This wetland is a significant wetland under the DSL approved local wetlands inventory. Goal 5 directs the county to protect significant wetlands from urban impacts. The Columbia River Estuary Task Force, known as CREST, is currently inventorying the Arch Cape wetlands for the county. Approving these roads into the wetland is premature, and it flies in the face of Goal 5. Goal 6, air, water, and land resource quality. The introduction to Goal 6 lays out policies to be implemented to ensure the maintenance of high quality air, water, and land. Policy 3 says, and I quote, "The cumulative effect of development on the county's environment should be monitored and where appropriate regulated," unquote. Piecemeal development is antithetical to a successful analysis of the development's cumulative effects. To develop in a haphazard way, as the county is suggesting, makes the monitoring of cumulative effects of that development impossible. Goal 12, transportation. We believe this decision does in fact conflict with the comp plan, which envisions a system in which roads are evaluated in conjunction with the development of residential structures which they serve. Goal 2 under Goal 12, livability, speaks to balancing transportation systems needs with a desire to maintain economical, viable, pleasant communities. Goal 7, environment, is to provide a transportation system that balances transportation services with the need to protect the environment and significant natural features. Objective 4, minimize transportation impacts on wetlands and wildlife habitats. It is clear that this road will in some way encroach into a wetland area. There's no other way to look at it. The land is already subdivided, it is true, but at this point, there are not even any plans in place for building. Goal 8, system preservation. The objective 2 says, further the orderly layout and use of land, protect community character, and conserve natural resources by promoting well-designed road and access systems and discouraging the unplanned subdivision of land. This means that consideration of transportation impacts should be considered when making land use decisions, and land use decisions should be considered when making transportation decisions. They're related decisions. Because only the road is under consideration now, there is no plan that considers both. There are serious wetlands considerations as well in this application. The comprehensive plan talks about significant shoreland resources, including non-tidal wetlands and wildlife habitat, that these are resources of value and deserving of protection. The code, Arch Cape 4.0600, Arch Cape Rural Community Residential Zone 4.06102, says that the zone has been developed with the purpose to allow residential development that does not adversely impact adjacent resource lands. The letter from DSL that has reviewed those wetland delineation report and prepared and accepted it to some extent, but they're not saying that there is not going to be impact to the wetlands by putting this road in. What they're talking about is that the permit requirements of the state removal and fill law are in play. It goes on to say that state law establishes a preference for avoidance of wetland impact and says nothing whatsoever about whether or not the proposed road or any possible subsequent construction will impact the wetlands or not. The Smith wetlands are a perfect example of why it is important not to put the cart before the horse. The Smith property is predominantly comprised of wetlands, even according to the Smith's own wetland delineation. Because AC, the Arch Cape Rural Community Residential Zone 4.06302D has a 50-foot setback from non-aquatic vegetation for any residence, and the Smith property is predominantly made up of aquatic wetland, it may not even be buildable due to setback requirements. Again, why would you put in a full-blown county road to a lot until you have a building permit in place, until you know if that lot is developable, or if there are any plans that will make it developable? Why is the county permitting Smith to build a road that extends into protected wetlands when the new development is arguably may not be possible? Again, CREST, Columbia River Estuary Task Force, is working on South County wetland inventories. Why is the county rushing to approve unnecessary roads before the inventory is done? We're asking that the county not develop right-of-ways until there are development plans in place. The utility of the road is so clearly dependent on the viability of the development to where the road leads. The development of the lots at this point is indeed speculative. The antonym for speculative or theoretical is actual factual, or real. There are no real plans for development in place. No application has been submitted. But what is real is that by granting this application, the county is allowing construction of roads to nowhere. The kind of land disruption you see in the pictures that were submitted to the county, and those pictures are pictures of A22 road construction off of Highway 101 in the Arch Cave area. They show how intense the impact of this kind of development is on the environment. The county responds saying that if subdivision were approved now, the roads would be put in prior to granting development permits, and therefore that justifies the county approving roads in the current applications prior to application for development. However, that argument is specious because this wetland complex was divided back in the early 1900s. There was no analysis of topography and geology and wetlands. Now, if the county were to approve a subdivision, it would be properly done, unlike the private subdivision in this case. The county would take all of those things into account, and the new lots would have to be buildable in order to create a subdivision. And thus there would be no likelihood of access roads extending into nowhere with no analysis of effects on water quality, flood retention, Endangered Species Act listed coho salmon. The county behaves as if their hands were tied, when in fact they have not provided one convincing argument to support the allowance of building county roads in the Smith right-of-way, when it is unclear if and when development will ever be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kerr. Sounds like Mr. Sandler, the other appellant, is present. Mr. Sandler, would you like to proceed?
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can, thank you.
Okay, so generally, a wetland is an area where water frequently saturates the soil and may have water on the surface. A floodplain is defined as a low-lying area near water that floods during periods of high rain. This area off Mill Road combines aspects of both a floodplain and a wetland. The natural rise and fall of water into floodplains and wetlands gives extra water from snowy winters or heavy rainfall somewhere to go. Remove it, and the water has no safe place to go. So it floods. And remove it, so as happens quite frequently at the south end of this wetland in the rainforest. So public safety, the public interest is at stake here, and with it, public trust in its governing bodies to make decisions that ensure public safety. Wetlands are seen as crucial to public protection. There is multi-level legal support for wetland regulation. Courts have been especially favorable to regulations adopted consistent with a larger state or federal program. They have been particularly likely to uphold regulations where a community can make a case that a wetland needs to be singularly protected because flooding of adjacent properties will occur. There's no doubting that outcome here. It already happens. Courts have even gone to the extent of validly denying permits and protecting functioning but not highly productive wetlands. But what's a productive wetland? How about a wetland that helps keep people and property safe? Landowners have no right to threaten public safety, but nearly nothing is known about the operating characteristics of this wetland, except that it floods and sewers overflow with heavy rain. Downstream populations, structures, and waterways must be protected. How will they be protected? How they will be protected must be delineated. It is the applicant's responsibility to prove his project is safe. A conditional use permit here is misdirected. It does not assign responsibility for proving safety to the applicant. It is not the public's responsibility to pay for or conceive of ways to conjure up justifications for an inherently destructive activity. The cost of figuring out how this wetland operates, the gathering of critical data, and proof of public safety should be shouldered by the applicant, not the public. This project should not be approved without sufficient hydrology studies to assure public safety. Safety is crucial here. The applicant might argue that only this one road project should be considered in this decision. But how could the public reasonably believe that if the county approves this road application, it would deny the other currently proposed and future wetland building projects that join it at the hip? That is why this decision means so much more than just this singular project. It is also why the public looks so skeptically at this following turn of logic. The applicant devises a plan for a road that falls just short of the delineated wetland, so the wetland would not be considered. There is no construction proposal or approval for the adjoining site to which the road provides ingress. The county says that the building of this road and the adjoining lot building site approval are not connected. Yet the road approval includes utilities and tree clearing to accommodate vehicles, a fully functioning road into a property that has no approval for vehicle or any other use. The applicant could and has accessed his property easily without vehicles. There is no current need for this road. What is the sense of approving a road to a property that has no building approval, a road to nowhere, unless the county considers approval for the adjoining property, which is 75% wetland, a foregone conclusion if this road is approved? How does that bias serve the public interest? The county then permits the applicant a 40-foot incursion into the delineated wetland for a turnaround. This extension violates county public works procedures that specifically state, succinctly, do not go into the wetlands. This turnaround will not be part of the road unless the county grants that too. The county also includes a property setback in the wetland far beyond where the road would even go. This is senseless. The county says there is no connection between this road and the adjoining property. So to the county, whether the applicant actually gets a building permit for the adjoining property is irrelevant to building this road. But there would be no road proposal here at all if there were no adjoining building site. If the applicant were to arbitrarily propose a road into another platted roadway that was not connected to a property he owns and intends to build on, say up the hill a ways, would it be approved? Not likely. Yet the county has approved this road because of its proximity to a non-permitted property he does own and makes it plain he intends to build on. How is the public to trust such skewed logic? Further, a sizable elk herd resides in this area. Neither the road applicant nor the county know anything about the exact size of this herd, its movement patterns, or what habitat destruction will mean for the animals. Is it a transition zone or wildlife corridor? No one knows. What definitely is known is the serious problem existing in Gearhart over the human-elk interaction that has proceeded with inadequate planning in place to assure public and animal safety. A repeat of that lack of planning should not be allowed in this wetland. Zoning and land use regulations are the means by which both public and private values, including protection of public health and safety, guide how our lands and places are developed. The applicant will argue that this is a platted road, automatically justifying construction, but the platting was done in 1925 when virtually nothing was known about the conditions of this property. Simply stated, property rights are not absolute. No one has a right to do anything they want, even on their own property, if those actions adversely affect other property owners and the public. Planners need to take into account the wider public health and safety impacts of their planning actions. Zoning rules on paper don't always match development on the ground. The goals of public protection have been interpreted according to policymakers' standards and the values of the day, and these have changed and become way more safety conscious over time. There is now nearly 100 years of scientific advance and public awareness of the value of wetlands. Climate change is significantly increasing storm intensity on the North Coast. Data shows the area is due for a tsunami. This wetland is at sea level and adjacent to a creek. It will be inundated during any significant flood event. The cost to the county from allowing development in this sensitive area will be substantial. It seems incredible that the county could choose building sites over public safety. The county will appear backward, negligent, and biased in accepting this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandler. Ms. Henderson, can you tell me how many people have signed up to speak in opposition to the application?
Yes, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, looks like 4 more, 5 more.
Okay.
Next one would be Philip. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
The next person signed up in opposition is Philip Quarterman.
Mr. Quarterman, would you like to go?
Yes, thank you. This testimony is on the Smith conditional use permit notice of decision. I would also request that this testimony also apply to the Laird application. And I would also request that I be able to submit this testimony into the written record when I'm done. This testimony on the Smith conditional use permit record of decision is submitted to Clatsop County Hearings Officer Tuesday, 22nd of June, virtual public hearing. I'm Philip Quarterman, professional wetland scientist, testifying in opposition to the conditional use permit on behalf of ORCA, Oregon Coast Conservation Association. The proposed road access will extend into a wetland that's been documented by a wetland delineation report approved by the Oregon Department of State Lands, file number WD 2020-0667. Wetlands also been listed as a, quote, significant wetland in the Arch Cape local wetland inventory as map unit ARC 13 that was approved by Oregon Department of State Lands on September the 13th, 2011. Although the LWI has not yet been adopted as a part of the Clatsop County Comprehensive Plan under statewide planning goal number 5, the DSL approval effectively is the definitive designation of local significance. An LWI identifies wetlands within a city or other incorporated developed areas such as Arch Cape using a standard set forth by the DSL for the purposes of local planning. As such, it's a planning level inventory that maps wetlands at a general level of detail accurate to within 25 feet, assesses their wetland functions and determines which wetlands are, quote, significant using a set of criteria based on wetland functions and other special characteristics. Wetlands determined to be significant are accorded certain protections and a process for determining development within them, including local and state processes, are set forth in the Goal 5 Administrative Rule, which is OAR 660 026-031. It's important to recognize that designation as a significant wetland is a product of coordination between local governments and both the DLCD and the DSL. And while the comprehensive plan includes special consideration for ARC 13 as a significant wetland in the planning process, there are additional site-specific permit processes to conduct filling or other regulated activities in the wetland through the Oregon Removal Fill Regulations under DSL Administrative Rules OAR 141-085 and the Clean Water Act Section 404 regulations under the Army Corps of Engineers. Whatever the outcome of this hearing, any activities in the delineated wetland will be subject to these permit processes. An integral part of any permit application will be an alternatives analysis setting out alternate means of access that could avoid or minimize wetland impacts. Now here's a description of ARC 13 that I obtained from the local wetland inventory and other sources. This wetland is the largest area identified in the LWI at 13.2 acres, lies north of East Shingle Mill Lane and north of East Shingle Mill Lane and east of Highway 101. It comprises a single wetland vegetation class, palustrin forested, PFO. The dominant tree species are Sitka spruce and red alder, the shrub understory dominated by salmonberry, and an herbaceous layer dominated by sluice sedge, water parsley, skunk cabbage, sword fern, and lady fern, among other species. At one time, before construction of 101, it is thought to have extended further to the west. The hydrologic support comes from springs at the upland wetland interface at the eastern end, which causes seasonal flooding and inundation. There's a seasonal outlet with flow towards Arch Cape Creek via roadside ditches along East Beach Road and East Shingle Mill Lane. Now here's the summary of the wetland functional assessment, which is the basis of designation as significant. Using the Ofwam functional assessment methodology, the LWI determined that ARC 13 has intact wildlife habitat functioning due to its size, dense cover, and diversity of plant species. It also has intact hydrologic control function due to the presence of seasonal springs, flooding, and containment and storage of water discharges. It is determined to be significant based on these two intact functions. The fish habitat function of ARC 13 was not assessed due to the fact that it does not directly abut a stream. However, the lower 1 mile of Arch Cape Creek to the south of ARC 13 is classified as essential salmonid habitat by the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. It's also designated as critical habitat for the Oregon Coast coho salmon by the federal government under the Endangered Species Act. Certain wetlands along this stream are classified in the LWI as significant because they directly abut Arch Cape Creek and therefore provide benefits to coastal coho. While ARC 13 was not assessed, it still provides spring-fed seasonal water supply to Arch Cape Creek, thus helping to maintain suitable fish habitat conditions. There may also be potential for juvenile salmonids to utilize ARC 13 for refuge and rearing habitat by accessing inundated areas via the flowing ditch connection. There are reports that juvenile salmonids have been observed occasionally utilizing the roadside ditches during seasonal high water. And this information I got from Doug Dewar by personal communication, meaning that potentially the fish could be utilizing part of the larger wetland. And ODFW fish biologist Troy Laws is reported to have concurred based on a field visit around 2015 to confirm that the capacity for fish passage through the ditch network exists, though there is no knowledge of any systematic sampling. So this is my professional opinion. In my professional opinion, wetland ARC 13 is correctly designated as significant because of its size, dense vegetated cover, diversity of species, and great potential for carbon sequestration in its standing trees, down woody debris, and organic soils. But most of all, because of the presence of natural springs that maintain extended periods of inundation and saturation. The wetland functions to contain this discharge, thus minimizing flooding potential in the surrounding area. There is also the contribution of cool spring-fed runoff to Arch Cape Creek, which is important salmonid habitat. The potential for seasonal utilization by juvenile salmonids for refuge and rearing with access via the ditches cannot be dismissed without further investigation. The county's decision does not provide any discussion of less impacting alternatives. This should be part of the record and will certainly come into play if the applicant moves forward with state and federal permitting. Finally, my recommendation is that the Clatsop County uphold this appeal and revoke the Smith conditional use permit, and by implication also the Laird application also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quarterman. Ms. Hendrickson, can you tell me who's next on the list?
Yes, Linda Ironman.
Thank you. My name's Linda Ironman. My residence is 80296 Pacific Road in Arch Cape. And I am a member of the board of the Arch Cape Falcon Cove Beach Community Club, although I'm speaking here as in an individual capacity. I just wanted to present a little history. The local wetlands inventory is something that the community club sponsored and to a large extent funded through its own funds and by raising money within the Arch Cape community more than a decade ago. And the reason was because we had only the national wetlands inventory on record, which wasn't considered to be particularly accurate, and it was very much outdated. So the wetlands inventory was a big deal. It took a long time, it cost a lot of money, and it was celebrated when we finally had it in place. We then presented it to the Department of State Lands, which accepted it, but we've spent close to 10 years trying to get Clatsop County to adopt a local wetlands protection program, which is needed in addition to the inventory. The inventory tells you where the wetlands are located, but the local protection program is what is needed in order to deal with the impacts and to protect them. There was a task force with all stakeholders at the table about 4 years ago that kind of faded away after the work was presented to the Board of Commissioners. So the idea that CREST is now working on a project that hopefully will result in these wetlands, at least the most significant ones like AC13, being adopted and put into our inventory, into the county's inventory, will spawn a real local protection program. And we'll be on the way to having some clear protections and not having to kind of piece together all these facts. So feelings run deep here about these wetlands, so we want to protect them. And I would just suggest that in the agenda packet at page 85, there is a map that shows the wetlands that we're talking about here. It shows the Smith lot and the right-of-way and the projected road. And as they say, you know, one picture is often worth 1,000 words. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eierman. All right, next on the list.
Next would be Jan Siebert-Warman. And Jan, if you're on the call on the phone, you'll need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Jan Siebert-Warman, and that's spelled Jan, S as in Sam, IEBERT, and then a hyphen, and then WAHRMUND as in dog, and it's P.O. Box 778, Cannon Beach, Oregon 97110. Hello, I'd like to voice my opposition to the Smith application, and if you allow me, I would also like to request that these comments apply also to the Laird and the Looney applications.
Thank you.
Protecting wetlands and green spaces on our north coast is important to me. Please do not allow road building into this forested area and the wetlands off of Shingle Mill Road in Arch Cape without there being any actual demonstrated intentions of the landowners to build at this time. As many of us know, roads can have significant negative impacts on sensitive environments such as this one. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Hey, thank you.
Okay, next is Douglas Stewart.
Good morning. Good to see you all. I'm Douglas Durr, 79811 3rd Road in Arch Cape. And I have been, I guess, by default placed in the opposition category, although I'd like to take a somewhat neutral approach today, or at least express my understanding of and sympathy for the position of the individual property owners who are on this call today. All of them, the Smith family, the Anderson family, Vito, everybody has made some important points about their interests in the future of the property in this area, and I don't doubt that some of these people would be very good neighbors. But I do want to speak. I guess I've been asked by many parties to speak based on my familiarity with this wetland complex and my long period of time spent wallowing around in it. I'm a member of a multi-generational family from the area. I've visited this area, this neighborhood where we're discussing the wetlands throughout my life, but also I've spent the last 19 years living here, raising my children here, and so forth. In that time, I've been able to see the wetlands under a variety of different conditions environmentally, and have also witnessed some of the interesting development pressures that come to bear on those wetlands. The wetlands clearly, as many people have stated previously, really do maintain a high degree of integrity, and that is significant in that we see them on the National Wetlands Inventory originally, which was very generalized, but include, as they say, the wetlands you can see from space. Simultaneously, the basic configurations of that wetland boundary have been reconfirmed through the use of the local wetlands inventory and subsequent private land assessments as well by wetland consulting firms. The overall importance of that habitat, again, is significant in terms of flood control, in terms of habitat values, and so on. I don't believe it's been mentioned in much detail so far on this call, but of course, historically, we know that there was much greater connectivity between Arch Cape Creek and these wetlands, that there was a straightening of the creek in part to accommodate development originally, and so the construction of Fire Rock Road effectively created a hydrological break. But it's true that, as I believe was mentioned previously, that there were that ODF&W, Troy Laws specifically, did visit the property. And in fact, while we've been on the call, I found a memo sent to me by ODF&W and other parties who were on this call, noting that they were treating the entire wetland as an area of historical fish presence where there was still connectivity on the southwest corner, specifically to the drainage ditches. And I was present during some of the field surveys that were being done by ODF&W in this regard. I'm not saying necessarily that the salmonids move into the subject properties, but certainly into the larger wetland complex. The value of the wetlands for flood control and so forth has been significant as well. I have witnessed these lands being having standing water on them certain times of the year, especially late winter when we reach a high level of ground saturation. But I think that it is important to bear in mind with these wetlands that they are a little bit distinctive too. There are springs that exist around the perimeter of the wetlands that actually provide a lot of the surface hydrology to them. In the wintertime, when we reach a high level of ground saturation, the water that comes out of the ground around the margins of the wetland is substantial. This has a lot of implications in terms of whether we can successfully nibble away around the edges of the wetland to facilitate different forms of development without at least first pausing to see how that affects hydrology and so forth. There are several springs, for example, well, one in particular on my property that during the late winter will begin to pump up to about 1 gallon of water every 2 seconds or so, with enough of a hydrological head to pop up out of the ground about 4 inches above the surface. So it's actually under pressure as the uplands area is dropping groundwater down to the edge of the wetland, and essentially right where they converge, the water pumps out of the ground. There are several such springs around the edges of the wetland, which to the best of my knowledge have not been mapped. They weren't adequately mapped during the local wetland inventory. And some that I'm aware of that actually feed this wetland are outside of the local wetland inventory boundary. It's as if there's a spigot upstream, and so you don't get the wetland conditions right around the outlet of the water. You actually get the wetland conditions down below, for example, during the springtime growing season, when this really makes an impact on vegetation and soil. So these are poorly mapped, and I know that from experience that these have been impediments to road development. I recall the individual who built the road extending Fire Rock Road up to Walsh, which is now part of our discussion today. Initially had planned to go through Third Road next to my property, and had walked through several times, not really seeing evidence of these springs that I had mentioned. And one day came out sort of dazed, flustered, his pants soaked to his nether regions, covered in mud, saying, "Oh, I found those springs you talked about. I think I'm going to build my road somewhere else now," because he happened to go there when they were active and pumping water. And I wonder if that road had been developed without at least prior assessment, significant engineering considerations for those kinds of springs, what might have transpired, the kinds of flooding and damage to adjacent properties, the slumping, the sliding, the damage, the loss of property. Those kinds of wetlands, I'm not necessarily, or that kind of spring, I'm not necessarily suggesting are on any of the projects, the properties that we're talking about today, but without a proper assessment, it's hard to know. This time of year, those springs look like minor holes in the ground, barely recognizable. When you go there in the winter, suddenly they're flowing water, and in large quantities, some of them outside of the wetland boundaries that have been designated in the local wetland inventory, some just outside of the boundaries. So, and I think that factoring in those kinds of considerations with this particular wetland, where we have, again, an upland area adjacent to a large flat sea level wetland, where those waters pump out of the groundwater into the larger wetland complex, deserves some consideration for everybody's sake. And again, this is in the best interest of all the parties who might consider development within this area. You don't want to be the person who accidentally has your road or home on top of one of those spring sites without doing adequate geotech work in advance. For those reasons, I think that level of assessment needs to be taken seriously in this, in any road construction proposal, any home construction proposal, not necessarily to get rid of the proposal, but to at least amend it, to bring into consideration some of the engineering constraints, to change the footprint, to do something constructive in response to that kind of information. I should also say that part of my sympathy for the landowners comes from the fact that I've watched these lands being subdivided over time. I have to say that, in full disclosure, I have members of my extended family, aunts, uncles, cousins, who actually own pieces of land in this particular wetland and are still wondering what to do with them. I also have cousins who have contacted me before they would actually purchase such lands and now don't own lands and are glad that they don't because of the challenges that are associated with this area. So I'm sympathetic to people who ultimately buy these lands, but we do know that in 2006, roughly, we started seeing a lot of these lands being subdivided out of larger parcels. And at that time, I know a number of us were expressing at least some concern to the county that people are being led to believe these are easily buildable lots when they're not. And there are some issues with the subdivision of property. That is, of course, something now where we knew that collision would happen. And here we are experiencing that collision, which is unfortunate for all parties, I must say. I do know that the Arch Cape Falcon Cove Beach Community Club has talked about trying to provide avenues for people who have purchased lands that they later determine are problematic to perhaps route them to the community club as a nonprofit organization with tax benefits or other kinds of arrangements, perhaps sales. I'm not quite sure what's possible, but I do urge all parties to think in terms of those cooperative solutions if lands actually turn out to be a genuine problem in terms of future development. But all this aside, of course, I do think that the question of road development in advance of a proper development permit is fundamentally problematic. I understand that some of the legal issues are beyond what I'm going to speak to today, but in light of some of these particular challenges, at least getting to the point where we can demonstrate that the properties would meet the standard for a development permit, or maybe just simply having the property owners go ahead and attempt that, because going through the process of obtaining a development permit will establish these questions, establish the buildability, the developability of that property in a way that then helps us assess the actual implications of the road. So again, I'm not necessarily speaking in firm disagreement with these proposals, but saying there's just homework that needs to be done to do it well. And so I urge the county to take this the position of Orca and the community club seriously in terms of assessing these access points, trying to find maybe those collaborative solutions and gather the information needed to do it right. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deere. Ms. Hendrickson, is that everyone that signed up to speak?
There are two more. Kevin Bear chatted that he had to leave, but he wanted to go on record for the Laird case that he is opposed to that approval. And that's Kevin, K-E-V-I-N, and Bear, B as in boy, A-R-E. And then the last person registered to speak is Geraldine Kempler. And Ms. Kempler, if you're on the phone, you'll need to press *6 to unmute, please.
Do we know if she's still on?
I am not seeing her.
Okay. I'm not hearing anyone either, so perhaps she had to hang up. All right. Then I would like to give the applicants a chance to offer any rebuttal if they want to. Now would be the time to do that.
The applicants have also left.
All right. Not on there either. Okay.
May I ask a question, please?
Sure. What's your question?
Yeah, my name is Thad, T-H-A-D, Laird, L-A-I-R-D. We're the next in line for the hearings. I've noticed that a lot of the issues with the wetlands have been combined to include our property. Is this an appropriate time to comment on that, or should I wait for when we're doing my hearing?
I would appreciate if we waited until your hearing so that it's part of your record. I've made notes where people have said that they want to sort of adopt those comments as part of yours. So I will certainly, during that hearing, give you a chance to respond to those.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you for the question. All right, Ms. Hendrickson, then I guess I don't have any, well, I may have one follow-up question for you, but do you have any final comments from staff?
I just wanted to clarify 2 points that were brought up. First of all, none of these roads are considered county roads, and it's an important distinction to make. These are public roads, but they are not maintained or owned by Clatsop County. And then the second point of clarification relates to the CREST study. The contract that we have with CREST right now is to update the Duncan Thomas report, which looks at wetlands in the Clatsop Plains area and the Northeast area, and it does not cover the Southwest coastal area. I just want to be very clear about that. There may be work in the future, but we do not have any contracts signed with CREST for that at this point.
Okay, thank you. All right, I actually don't have any questions for you then. And I think that takes us through all of the participants. So I'm going to go ahead and close this hearing. It's 11:10, and we will sort of move on to the next one. I would actually like to take about a 3-minute break before I go on, open the record for the next hearing, just so I can refill my water. And so I'm going to do that. And then hopefully, just by way of expectations, I think we should at least be able to get through the staff report for the next hearing. But it looks like we're definitely going to be taking a lunch break, probably in the middle of this one. So I do plan to do that so that folks can grab some food. But for right now, let's just take about a 3-minute break, and I'll be right back.
This conference will now be recorded.
All right. Thank you. It's 11:13 on June 22nd. This is the time for the hearing for appeal number 186-21-000326-PLNG, which is an appeal of a conditional use permit granted to Laird Squared LLC to establish vehicular access to a property. My name is Tommy Brooks, and I'm the hearings officer presiding over this hearing. Before we get started on the substantive provisions or portions of the hearing, I will briefly address the hearing format. We are conducting this hearing virtually using an electronic format with participants each appearing from remote locations. Nevertheless, we will still follow the normal hearing procedures, and I will provide sufficient opportunity for everyone to participate at the appropriate time. I do ask for your continued patience as we make sure we deliberately get through each of these hearing steps. In just a minute, I'm going to go over the order in which I'll receive testimony from participants. We will call on you individually, and so please wait until you are called before you begin your comments. I do ask that you preface all of your comments by stating your name and address for the record. Also, please spell your name even if you think it's simple. I do have most people's names on the screen here, but not everyone has their last name listed. So please, again, state and spell your name. Before you begin, let's see. My role as the hearings officer is to either affirm or deny the appeal. We are conducting this hearing de novo. When I do render my decision, I will consider only the factual evidence that is in the record. I will then apply those facts to the relevant criteria contained in the county's comprehensive plan and land use regulations. The criteria relevant to this decision were identified in the public notice announcing this hearing. They're also set forth in the original decision that's being appealed. Those documents are posted on the county's website, and they are available directly from staff upon request. The county's code requires that I state the approval criteria at the beginning of the hearing, so I'm going to do that now. As part of the Land and Water Development and Use Ordinance, there's Article 1, the introductory provisions. There's 2.020, the Type 2 procedures. 2.120, the procedures for mail notice. 3.060, the Arch Cape Rural Community Residential Zone. And 5.000, the Conditional Development and Use Standards. The notice also indicates that Standards Document 80-14, Chapter 2, Site-Oriented Improvements, and Chapter 6, Road Standard Specifications for Design and Construction are applicable. And then there's the Clatsop County Comprehensive Plan, and the notice notes that it's Goal 1, Goal 2, Goal 5, Goal 11, Goal 12, and the Southwest Coastal Community Plan. It is important that you direct all of your testimony to the applicable criteria. If you believe a criterion applies that was not listed, you may address the unlisted criterion. However, I do urge you to explain why the criterion must apply, so both that others can respond to that and so that I can address that criterion in my decision and determine if it is indeed applicable. The failure to raise an issue with enough detail that enables me or other participants to respond precludes your ability to appeal that issue to the Land Use Board of Appeals. Also, the failure to raise any constitutional or other issues relating to the proposed conditions of approval with enough detail to allow me to respond to the issue in my decision precludes an action for damages in circuit court. So I just noted, I'm the county's hearings officer in this matter, and in that role, my job is to be an impartial decision maker. Thus, while I have a contract with the county to serve in this role, I have an obligation to remain impartial. And to that end, I'll go on the record to state that I do not know the applicants here. I have not visited the site, and I do not have any ex parte contacts to disclose. The hearing is going to be conducted in the following order, which is first we'll have the staff give the staff report. The applicant can present the application. That will be followed by those in favor of the application, other than the applicant. Those opposed to the application will go next, and then the applicant will have an opportunity to come up for rebuttal. We will conclude by having staff provide any final comments and potentially any questions from the hearings officer. If you have written materials you would like to submit into the record instead, we can arrange to have those submitted to me through the county staff. Before we begin, though, I am compelled to ask if anyone wishes to challenge either my ability to hear this matter or to challenge the county's jurisdiction over this matter. All right. Hearing no objections, I'm going to turn it over to staff to deliver the staff report. And as I noted, I think we will be able to get through the staff report, but at some point, probably prior to the conclusion of this hearing, we'll need to take a lunch break. But if staff could go ahead and go, we'll see how far we can get.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brooks. My name is Ian Sisson, I-A-N-S-I-S-S-O-N, Senior Planner with the Clatsop County Community Development Department. I will be presenting the cover memo dated June 14, 2021, as well as the supporting and attached exhibits, including the April 23, 2021 notice of decision with regard to the conditional use application 20-000834 by Laird Squared LLC and the subsequent appeal 21-000326 by the Oregon Coast Alliance, which I will refer to as ORCA, and the Arch Cape Falcon Cove Beach Community Club, which I will refer to as the Community Club. Please include these items in the public record for today's hearing. Now for some background on the application and staff report. On December 31st, 2020, Thad Laird, agent of Laird Squared LLC, submitted a conditional use application to extend a road within the public but unopened Anvil Rock right-of-way and to develop a road segment within the public but unopened Arch Cape Avenue right-of-way. Many of the facts of this case, as well as the applicable review criteria, are the same as the previous case as presented by Director Henriksen. I will be providing a somewhat shorter presentation than the previous presentation, but it should be noted that the full notice of decision and staff report for this application have been requested to be included in today's agenda, or were included in today's agenda packet, and will be part of the record of today's appeal hearing. One other thing I wanted to point out as far as the applicable review criteria, Community Development recently consolidated the Land and Water Development and Use Ordinance and the standards document into a single code, which was cited in the previous presentation as the Land and Water Development and Use Code, or LAWDUC. So I just wanted to point out that due to the timing of this application being turned in and the notice going out, that the previous code citations are used. However, the criteria are the same between those two documents, just the section references are different. So for clarity, I just wanted to mention that. And again, many of the criteria, or most of the criteria for the Laird application are the same as the other two road permits and appeals that we are hearing today. So the proposed road segments would be developed to the A22 standard with a chip sealed gravel surface and underground utilities, including water, sewer, and electricity. The portion of Anvil Rock Road proposed to be extended is located south of Ocean View Lane, approximately 315 feet beyond the current terminus. The portion of Arch Cape Avenue, which is proposed to be developed, would extend approximately 200 feet east from the intersection with the extended Anvil Rock Road. The purpose of the proposed road development, according to the applicant, is to provide vehicle access to property owned by Laird Squared LLC. Adequate vehicle and fire equipment access is a prerequisite to develop property with such a use as a residential dwelling, which is the predominant development type in the Arch Cape Rural Community Residential Zone, ACRCR, and is the anticipated use of the applicant's property. I also wanted to note that the applicant has submitted, in response to the appeal, an updated site plan showing the location of the proposed road development, as well as the property the applicant owns, which consists of 3 lots, 2 of which are intended to be developed with residential or with single-family residences, to my understanding. We can clarify that with the applicant if needed. There are no immediate plans to construct those dwellings, to my knowledge, based on the fact that no development permit applications have been filed yet with our department. However, the applicant has established that that is the intent for those parcels, and then the 3rd parcel would be maintained as a quote-unquote conservation area, which I understand to mean that it will not be affected by any type of development. So the 2 lots intended to be developed would each be approximately 10,000 square feet, and the so-called conservation area would be approximately 30,000 square feet. It should be noted that the applicant has approximately 50,000 square feet total, and with the minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet in the Arch Cape Rural Community Residential Zone, there are as many as 6 potentially developable lots owned by the applicant. So the platted public rights-of-way, which are also zoned ACRCR, were dedicated to the public when the plat of Cannon Beach Park was recorded on November 24th, 1906 in Book 3, page 59 of the Clatsop County Records, and also when the extended plat of Cannon Beach Park was recorded on August 26, 1926, which was Book 8, page 42. From Highway 101, the subject rights-of-way are accessed via Greenleaf Road and Ocean View Lane. Both roads have an approximately 20-foot wide gravel travel surface within a 40-foot wide public right-of-way. Greenleaf Road and Ocean View Lane are county roads, or sorry, public roads rather, and are classified as rural local roadways. Concerns, I wanted to note this, that concerns were raised during the public comment period for the conditional use application, as well as with the appeal, with regard to the intersection of Highway 101 and Greenleaf Road, which forms an acute angle. And according to the Cannon Beach Rural Fire Protection Department, the department has some issues with that intersection because of the difficulty of making the turn for northbound fire apparatus. So during the public comment period for the conditional use application, staff raised this concern with the local ODOT development review coordinator, Karen Strauss, a professional engineer. She agreed that the intersection was not ideal, however, stated that the issue would be corrected by a future ODOT project, which is yet not planned, but it requires the purchase of additional right-of-way to improve that intersection. She said there are no current plans to change the intersection, and also that ODOT does not expect the applicant to bear the responsibility for improving that intersection. She concluded that the current configuration does not pose a significant enough hazard that the layered application should be denied. And staff had concurred with that statement, and that requiring the applicant to resolve any issues at that intersection would not be proportional to the impact of the proposed road development. To the subject rights-of-way, they are heavily wooded with gentle to moderate slopes. According to the National Wetlands Inventory 2016 map, the majority of the applicant's property and a portion of the subject rights-of-way contain freshwater forested shrub wetlands. And the Arch Cape Local Wetlands Inventory, or LWI, which is understood to be more accurate than the NWI, indicates a smaller area of the subject property and rights-of-way containing wetlands. According to the Oregon Department of State Lands, the principal regulatory authority for wetlands and waters in Oregon and in Clatsop County, information, quote, information shown on the local wetlands inventory maps is for planning purposes only, as wetland information is subject to change. There may be unmapped wetlands and waters subject to regulation, and all wetlands and waters boundary mapping is approximate. In all cases, actual field conditions determine the presence, absence, and boundaries of wetlands and waters. So the applicant has obtained a site-specific wetland delineation from a professional wetland scientist, which is included in the exhibits in the packet today, and determine the actual field conditions and presence, absence, and boundaries of wetlands. The delineation was submitted to and approved by the Department of State Lands. It is wetland delineation number 2020-0227. DSL instructs jurisdictions to refer to approved wetland delineations where available, rather than the inventories, because delineations represent the most precise information available. Based on the applicant's proposed site plan, which includes the DSL approved wetland delineation boundary, all road development within the subject rights-of-way would avoid the delineated wetlands. It should be noted that the approval from DSL also clearly states that any cumulative fill or removal of material exceeding 50 cubic yards within the delineated wetland area will be subject to state review and permitting. If any impacts to the wetland from development activities are permitted by the Oregon Department of State Lands, the state will determine any appropriate mitigation requirements, and state law permits removal and fill activities within a wetland. Conditions may be imposed and mitigation may be required, but removal and fill activities within wetlands are under the jurisdiction of the Oregon Department of State Lands. And again, this proposal does not involve any removal or fill within delineated wetlands. The notice of decision and staff report for the Laird Squared application, again, are included in today's agenda packet as Exhibit A. The applicable criteria are listed in Section 2 of the staff report. Section 3 evaluates the application against the applicable criteria. Again, the zoning of the subject rights-of-way and the Laird Squared property is ACRCR, which is under the development designation in the county's comprehensive plan. With regard to the comprehensive plan, the subject property and rights-of-way do not include any inventoried natural resources or habitat areas under Goal 5 or Goals 16, 17, nor do they abut any resource lands protected under Goals 3 or 4. On that term, resource lands, staff's interpretation of the term as used in the purpose and intent statement for the ACRCR zone is that it is the same as the term resource zones, which is defined in the code as follows. The following zones shall be considered resource zones: EFU, AF, F80, OPR, RM, LW, AN, AC1, AC2, NU, QM, NS, CS, NAC1, NAC2, EAC. That's the end of the definition. The subject property does not abut any of these zoning designations. New public or private road development or road extension is listed as a Type 2 conditional use in the ACRCR zone. While the Community Development Director has the authority to elevate the procedure type, the Laird Squared application was processed using the Type 2 procedure. It should be noted that new road development or road extension is listed as a development and use independent of residential dwelling construction or other permitted developments or uses in the ACRCR zone. At the time the code was adopted, it was anticipated that road construction would be permitted separately from the residential development through the Type 2 conditional use procedure. There is no requirement within the code to construct the road or extend the road only in conjunction with a permit to develop the adjacent lot or parcel. The Laird application was deemed complete on January 28, 2021, and public notice was provided in accordance with ordinance requirements on February 11, 2021. As previously mentioned, according to the applicant, the purpose of the proposed road development is to provide vehicle access to property owned by Laird Squared LLC for the purpose of future residential development. Residential development in Clatsop County requires proof of vehicle access, potable water supply, and sewage disposal. The subject rights-of-way and property owned by the applicant are within the Arch Cape Water District and Sewer District and the Cannon Beach Rural Fire Protection District. The applicant's proposal includes underground water and sewer lines to serve the adjacent properties. The water and sewer districts indicated the proposal meets their requirements, and the fire department has indicated that the proposed road design and fire hydrant locations were adequate. I would also note here that the applicant has hired an engineer to design the road and utility plan, and that is included in the exhibits. The AC/RCR zone development standards, section 3.06812D in the Land and Water Development and Use Ordinance, require the landscape to be preserved in its natural state to the maximum extent possible by minimizing tree, vegetation, and soils removal. Cut and fill construction methods are discouraged. Roads and driveways should follow slope contours in a manner that prevents erosion and rapid discharge into natural drainages. Disturbed areas shall be revegetated with native species. Condition of approval number 4 requires the applicant to include a tree removal plan with their required grading, drainage, and erosion control permit application. The erosion control plan shall be commensurate with the standards document section 2.500. Existing natural vegetation shall be preserved to the maximum extent possible and as permitted by Clatsop County Public Works. These conditions seek to balance the requirement to preserve vegetation with the other requirement in the road standards that road rights-of-way be cleared of trees. And so the conditions seek to find a balance between those two requirements to the extent possible. The A22 road standard limits the travel surface grade to a maximum of 12%. According to the applicant's plans, which include a topographic survey, the rights-of-way contain mild to moderate slopes, which are likely not going to reach 12%. And the applicant will be required to submit final documentation prior to construction of the roads, including the road grade, to confirm the A22 standards are met. The applicant has been in contact for many months with the Clatsop County Public Works Department to understand specific design, construction, and permitting requirements from Public Works. The applicant will be required to obtain those permits, to occupy the right-of-way and to perform operations in the right-of-way for a public road. And obtaining those permits will indicate that the proposed work will comply with the Public Works standards. The applicant has engaged the services of an engineer, as I mentioned, to design the proposed road improvements in accordance with the county requirements. The subject rights-of-way, again, are 40 feet in width. The current A22 road standard requires a minimum right-of-way of 50 feet, and per Land and Water Development and Use Ordinance section 5.025, subsection 5, requirements for conditional development and use, additional street dedication may be required as a condition of approval. In order to bring the subject rights-of-way closer to compliance with current county road standards, condition of approval number 5 requires the applicant to dedicate an additional 5 feet of right-of-way along the frontage of the roads on the property they own prior to submitting development permit applications for their property and for the subject rights-of-way. The staff report includes an analysis of the applicable comprehensive plan goals and policies, as well as the goals and policies of the Southwest Coastal Community Plan. Goal 1 requirements were satisfied by following the procedures for a Type 2 procedure. Goal 2 was satisfied by the fact that the project area is on land designated development in the comprehensive plan, and that the specific use, which is road extension and development, is listed as a permitted use in the underlying zone. Staff found that the proposal did not conflict with Goal 5. The subject rights-of-way are adjacent to a large freshwater forested wetland complex connected to Arch Cape Creek, identified as a locally significant wetland in the Arch Cape LWI. While categorized as significant in the LWI, the wetlands are not included in the county's inventory of Goal 5 resources. As stated previously, the applicant has obtained an on-site wetland delineation from a professional wetland scientist, which again was approved by DSL as WD 2020-0227, which was included in the exhibits. According to the applicant's site plan, again, the proposed road development would not affect the delineated wetland areas. The rights-of-way do not contain any significant fish or wildlife habitat or other resources as inventoried under Goal 5. Goal 11 was found to be satisfied as public water and sewer utilities are available and the area is within the Cannon Beach Rural Fire Protection District and served by the Clatsop County Sheriff's Office and Medics Ambulance Service. As with the previous application, as there currently are no or would not be immediately any dwellings located on the applicant's property, there would not be a need for school bus or mail carrier service at this time. However, the roads that have been proposed would accommodate those services. Staff found that the proposal as conditioned would be consistent with the applicable Goal 12 transportation policies. And staff found that with regard to the Southwest Coastal Community Plan, the proposal as conditioned satisfies all applicable goals and policies, and those are outlined again in the staff report. The Arch Cape Rural Community consists of many lands that were subdivided 100 or more years ago. The plat that created the subject rights-of-way was originally recorded in 1906, extended in 1926, which was well before the adoption of subdivision regulations within Clatsop County. The subject rights-of-way and adjacent private property owned by the applicant are zoned ACRCR, which again is a low-density residential designation where residential development is permitted under a Type 1 procedure, which involves little or no discretion. We generally turn around development permit applications, if complete, within a couple of days in our office. The rights-of-way and adjacent properties are within the Arch Cape Water District and Arch Cape Sewer District and are served by the Cannon Beach Rural Fire Protection District. At the time the ACRCR zoning designation was applied to the property, it was determined that the area was capable of sustaining reasonable growth as evidenced by the provision of the above described services. And with regard to the original subdivision plats, while those plats were drafted without the benefit of ground truthing, the parcels within those plats are currently under private ownership. The comprehensive plan and implementing zoning ordinance and standards document were adopted in 1980, and this area of the county was identified as an area capable of sustaining additional low-density residential development in the future. The construction of the proposed roadway is the first progression toward that envisioned outcome, and would be the review and approval of the right-of-way improvements needed to access those properties. While the topography and construction costs may have made development in this area prohibitive when originally platted, subsequent advances in technology combined with the rising value of land have now made such development feasible. The subject rights-of-way are public, dedicated to the Cannon Beach Park, or on the Cannon Beach Park extension plat, and the original Cannon Beach subdivision plat, quote, to the use of the public forever. The public interest here has not been vacated, and the public is able to utilize the rights-of-way to access platted private property as was intended by the subdivision plat. The notice of decision for the Laird Squared application was issued on April 23rd, 2021, approving the request with 6 conditions and I believe 4 regulations. Let's see. So on May 5th, Michael Manzulli, on behalf of Orca and the Community Club, filed the notice of appeal, which is included in Exhibit B. Both Orca and the Community Club had provided comments on the original conditional use application during the 10-day public comment period. The stated basis for the appeal includes 4 points. Number 1, the director misinterpreted or misapplied the provisions and spirit of the comprehensive plan and implementing ordinances and/or acted outside the range of permissible discretion by approving an application to construct an access road to undeveloped land for which the applicant owner has no intention, plan, or timetable for development. 2, The director has acted outside her range of permissible discretion by failing to balance the applicant's desire for vehicular and utility access against the negative impacts the proposed road will have on the environment. 3, the director abused her discretion by imposing conditions which conflict with ordinances, may be unenforceable, and are not proportionate to the impacts. And 4, the director failed to exercise her discretion to upgrade this application to a Type 2A procedure and allow a public hearing after receiving objections and questions from members of the public. In the notice of appeal, the appellants requested a de novo hearing before the Clatsop County Planning Commission. Per ORS 215.416 subsection 11D, a de novo hearing is required. And according to the county's code, the hearings officer shall hear appeals from Type 1 and Type 2 decisions of the director. Again, the Laird Squared application was processed using a Type 2 procedure, and therefore the appeal is required to be heard by the hearings officer. An appeal of the hearings officer's decision would be heard by the Clatsop County Board of Commissioners. Staff's comments on the appeal are that the issues raised in the appeal by Orca and the community club were addressed in the staff findings included in the notice of decision for conditional use permit 20-000834 issued April 23rd, 2021 and attached in the cover memo, which I am reading from now. When the notice of appeal went out, we did receive some additional testimony. It's included there in the staff cover memo, and I will briefly summarize it. This is testimony which came in before 4 p.m. on June 10th, 2021, and which I was able to include in this memo. So Teresa Dufka, 79905 Anvil Rock Road, said when she built her home 23 years ago, which is adjacent to the subject Anvil Rock Road right-of-way, she was required to obtain a building permit and to improve the road to county and fire department standards, including utilities. She believed Laird Squared LLC should be held to the same standard, and that without the county requiring building permits for the property, first, the purpose of the proposed road construction would be purely speculative. So I wanted to note that I did some research on how the Dufka property was developed. I reviewed permit records for that property and found that the property was developed originally, or permit processes began in 1998. The property was zoned RSA SFR, which is different than the current ACRCR zoning. It also had a design review overlay district, which does not currently apply. The design review procedure, which was a Type 2 procedure, was heard first in their permit application process. The request was conditionally approved, including a condition that a proposed extension of Ocean View Avenue be constructed in accordance with county standards, which was condition L, which also stated that, quote, road improvement plans shall be submitted to the county engineer for review and comment to ensure compliance with the public and/or private road and access standards prior to development permit approval. Condition M stated, prior to development permit approval, the applicant shall obtain the county roadmaster's approval for a road approach permit, verifying that the lot is suitable for residential access, including emergency vehicles, and is consistent with standards document S 6.000. So while the area including the subject rights of way is now differently zoned and the design review overlay no longer applies, the conditions of the Dufka's design review approval noted previously indicate that the road extension was required to be completed prior to the issuance of a development and/or building permits for their property, which is consistent with the current situation with the Laird Squared application. Another issue that was raised by Ms. Dufka was the intersection of Highway 101 and Greenleaf Road, which I believe I have covered adequately. No facts have changed in between the time the notice of decision was issued and now. Rand Dufka, same address as Teresa Dufka, also submitted comments via email on June 6th, 2021, stating that the Clatsop County Planning Department required him to obtain a building permit prior to issuance of a permit to improve his road access. I've covered that issue, and that comment appears to be inaccurate based on the research that I just described. Mr. Dufka also stated that the Greenleaf Road Highway 101 intersection was not designed to handle the frequency of current use and poses safety issues, and that additional development would exacerbate those issues. And I, again, believe that I have covered that topic, but I'm happy to answer any clarifying questions anyone has on that. Other testimony that was received prior to June 10th was from the applicants, Thad and Jess Laird, Laird Squared LLC, via email on June 9th, 2021, which is included in Exhibit C, said they have followed instructions from the Clatsop County Public Works and Community Development Departments in planning their proposed road improvements. They said a development plan for the property they own was not required by the county as part of reviewing and approving the proposed road improvements. The Laird stated they have contacted a designer to complete plans for 2 dwellings and hope to begin construction in 2022. They said they have received approval for a property line adjustment, which I would note is file number 21-000172, and that road access is required prior to development of their property. The Lairds attached the approved property line adjustment, a survey of the property they own, and a master plan for development of the property. The Lairds reiterated that a wetland delineation for the subject rights of way and property they own has been accepted by the Oregon Department of State Lands, and said their development proposal ensures the development will not affect the delineated wetlands. They added that over half of the property they own would be designated as a conservation area to preserve wetlands and wildlife habitat. So some final staff comments. The Lairds have established that the proposed use of the property they own is residential with an area dedicated to conservation. The property they own is located in the AC RCR zone, which permits single-family residences and accessory dwelling units under a Type 1 development permit procedure. Adequate vehicle access is required prior to issuance of a development permit for residential uses. Given there currently is no travel surface within the rights of way serving the property they own, the roadway is required to be developed prior to issuance of development permits. Pursuant to ACRCR zone requirements, a Type 2 procedure was required for any new public or private road development or road extension, and as demonstrated in the April 23rd, 2021 Notice of Decision for Conditional Use Permit Application 20-000834 by Laird Squared LLC, the proposed road extension and development meets all applicable review criteria with appropriate conditions of approval and regulations. Based on the analysis and findings of the staff memo and of the notice of decision for the conditional use permit, again issued April 23rd, 2021, staff recommends that the notice of decision, including all recommended conditions of approval, be approved and upheld.
Great. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say there was some additional testimony that was received after June 10th, before today. And so I have told those folks that I would read those comments into the record. If that's okay with you, Mr. Brooks, I will go ahead and do that now.
Sure.
Okay. First, comment from Vito Sorelli, who also signed up to testify live today, stated that he would be in support of these applications, referring to all 3 of the road projects we're hearing today. Linda Dill and Joy Zimmerman stated, we received the notification of a hearing on Thaddeus and Jessica Laird's application for a permit to establish vehicular access to property they own in the Arch Cape community. We own property within 250 feet of the request. I strongly support the Laird application for a permit to establish a road to their property. The Lairds have been thorough and thoughtful in their approach to filing this request, with particular care in delineating the wetlands on their property. To our knowledge, they are planning to build a personal dwelling once the road is established. They clearly care about preserving the forest and spirit of the community. Thank you for including this letter in the hearing. Geraldine Kempler wrote her address, 80150 North Pacific Road, Arch Cape. She stated that she would like to testify in opposition to the building of new roads through sensitive forested areas near Shingle Mill Lane. Richard and Michelle Wallert, 79789 3rd Road, Arch Cape, wrote, as members of the Arch Cape Falcon Cove Beach Community Club and the Oregon Coast Alliance, as well as Arch Cape homeowners since 1993, we wish to express our strong opposition to the Thaddeus and Jessica Laird conditional use permit resulting in Appeal 186-21-00326-PLNG. 1. Clatsop County's comprehensive plan was misinterpreted by approving the Smith's application to construct an access road to undeveloped land without a plan or timetable for the land's development. 2. Clatsop County failed to balance the applicant's desire to have vehicular and utility access against the negative impacts of this proposed road will have on the environment. 3. Clatsop County imposed conditions on the road project that conflict with ordinances, may be unenforceable, or are not proportionate to the impacts. 4. Clatsop County failed to upgrade this application to a Type 2 after receiving objections and questions from members of the public. In summary, we wholeheartedly support the appeal brought by the Arch Cape Falcon Cove Beach Community Association and the Oregon Coast Alliance. And Mr. Hearings Officer, please adopt by reference the comments provided by Dale Mosby, Mary Jo Mosby, Aaron Matusik, and Richard and Catherine D'Onofrio as presented by Director Henriksen during the previous hearing.
Could you repeat those names for me, please?
Yes. Dale Mosby, Mary Jo Mosby, Aaron, Aaron, Matusik, Matusick, Richard and Catherine, Catherne, D'Onofrio, Donofrio. There's one more piece of written testimony we have in support of the application provided by Will Kaplinger. I believe it was provided to you, but I know Will would like this read into the record today, if that's okay with you, Mr. Brooks.
Okay.
Clatsop County planning staff is to be commended for outstanding work in both processing the original conditional use permit application and in preparing a compelling appeal response that undeniably supports the conditional approval. It would be impossible to write a more compelling defense of the county's decision process or a fuller rebuttal of the appellant's litany of arguments. I will therefore limit my comments to refute the, quote, specific grounds relied upon for review, unquote, submitted by the applicants. Issue 1, that the director erred by, quote, approving an application to construct an access road to undeveloped land, unquote. In reality, there are no provisions in the Clatsop County Land and Water Development and Use Code, or code, that require new roads or road extensions to serve developed land, which explains why the appellants failed to cite specific code sections to support their contention. The code simply does not require a permit for development or a development plan as a prerequisite to approve a road. However, development in this case is the road, and the conditional use permit and public works right-of-way applications constitute the development plan for the proposed road project. Subsection A, that, quote, the decision conflicts with the comprehensive plan and ordinances, unquote, because, quote, the director failed to address or give consideration to those provisions of the comprehensive plan which envision a system in which roads are to be evaluated in conjunction with the development of the residential structures they will serve, unquote. In reality, the system is embodied in the conditional use permit review and the conditions applied to the road development by the layered and extensive review, permitting, and conditioning process duly performed by both the Community Development Department and the Public Works Department. The appellants also state that the decision conflicted with section 3.9510, ostensibly because it did not, quote, further the orderly layout and use of land, protect community character, and conserve natural resources by promoting well-designed road and access systems and discouraging the unplanned subdivision of land, unquote. The appellants have not demonstrated how the development of a road in a platted public right-of-way in an existing road system in a recorded subdivision conflicts with the cited code section. Furthermore, the appellants have not demonstrated how the decision conflicts with section 3.9620 subsection 1 in that somehow the development characteristics of the road were not, quote, considered in relation to the proposed use of the land, unquote. The proposed use of the land in a residential subdivision is self-apparent, and the conditions of approval are those required for a road in a subdivision. The appellants have also not demonstrated how the conditions of approval have not protected, quote, adjacent resource lands, unquote. In parentheses, there are no resource lands adjacent to the road. And minimize tree, vegetation, and soils removal, unquote. The separate permits required under condition of approval number 4 ensure that natural resources will be protected to the extent possible in a road development, i.e. the approved use of the land is for a road in a subdivision, not for forest land or resource land. Subsection B, the appellants failed to cite any specific code requirements or standards that the decision failed to consider or apply. This subsection is merely a narrative parroting the initial unsupported contention that a road should not be developed unless it serves developed land. Issue 2, that the director failed to, quote, balance applicants' desire for vehicular and utility access against the negative impacts the proposed road will have on the environment, unquote. In reality, the director's range of permissible discretion is tempered by the right of an owner of a lot or lots in an approved subdivision to develop access over a platted public right-of-way. The conditional approval incorporated all the lawful requirements to mitigate soil erosion and vegetation removal on land that is dedicated as a public right-of-way. It is not resource land, forest land, or recreation land. It is a roadway. Subsection A, again, the right-of-way is a dedicated roadway. It is not forest land. The county ordinance cited by the appellants has precedent. Roads to be developed must be cleared of trees and vegetation in order to allow the required road bed and road surface to be developed. The appellants failed to cite any specific code provisions or standards that require preservation or mitigation of vegetation required to be removed for road development. Subsection B, the appellant's concerns for the road's impact on nearby wetlands are negated by their statement that, quote, the road itself is not sited in the wetlands, unquote. Moreover, the road ends at least 100 feet from the delineated wetlands, and this intervening distance will remain vegetated, which supported the determination by the Department of State Lands, upon which the decision is based, that the wetlands will not be impacted by the road development. Issue 3, that the director, quote, abused her discretion by imposing conditions which conflict with ordinances, may be unenforceable, and are not appropriate to the impacts, proportionate to the impacts, excuse me. Subsection A, condition number 4 requires a tree removal plan so that the applicant can demonstrate that the project will, quote, preserve existing vegetation to the maximum extent possible, unquote. This is a reasonable requirement to document that the right-of-way is cleared of trees without any trees being removed that are not within the right-of-way. The two requirements are not in conflict but are complementary. Subsection B, it is true that the applicant only can dedicate additional right-of-way along his own properties but it is conceivable that other property owners will be willing to dedicate the additional right-of-way in order to benefit from the development of the road. If the applicant is unable to secure such additional dedications, then the process would simply be that he requests a modification of the condition. The condition is otherwise proportional to the impact that the existing right-of-way is substandard, albeit is lawfully adopted. Just a quick comment here on that note from staff that the notice of decision conditions of approval only required that the applicant dedicate an additional 5 feet of right-of-way along the frontages of the property that are owned by Laird Squared. There was no requirement to get any other owners to dedicate additional right-of-way. Just a point of clarification. Back to the comments from Mr. Kaplinger, issue number 4, that the quote, the director failed to exercise her discretion to upgrade this application to a type 2A and allow a public hearing after receiving objections and questions from members of the public, unquote. In reality, the director exercised her discretion by deciding not to upgrade this application to a type 2A, which was entirely within her rights and responsibilities. The elevation to a public hearing is not mandatory and would be based on the merits or lack thereof of the objections received, given that the development is within a public right-of-way in a subdivision. And that is the end of Mr. Kaplinger's comments. Again, the staff recommendation is to uphold the approval of the conditional use permit by Laird Squared. And that concludes my presentation. We do have a few folks that have signed up to provide live testimony.
All right, thank you. I think what I want to do is ask the applicants, I know that they're available, how long they think that they need. My preference is going to be to keep all the rest of the testimony together after the lunch hour. But I would like to hear from the applicant how long you think your presentation will go.
I would estimate between 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay. Well, in that case, yeah, let's go ahead and take the lunch break. I think we'll have enough time in the afternoon to keep everybody together. And I appreciate your patience, and sorry that it's going to get broken up here, but I think everyone would benefit from some calories. So let's go ahead and just we can go off the record for now, and then I will reconvene this back at 1 o'clock.
This conference will now be recorded.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. It's 1 o'clock, and we're back on the record for appeal number 18621000325 PLNG, and oh nope, sorry, 00326 PLNG. Sorry. And where we left off, we were going to begin this afternoon with the applicant's presentation. So if the Lairds would like to go, now's your time.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much to Gail and Ian for working so closely with us the past almost a year now. We've made great strides with them, and we appreciate the cut findings and all the hard work that went into that report. It was quite impressive. My wife is actually here to read the statement. And again, my name is Thad Laird, Thadlaird. Our address is 4195 Northwest Carlton Court, Portland, 97229.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jessica Laird, Jessica, Laird, Laird, and I share the residence address that Thad just stated. And we've got a statement we'd like to share with you all today, so thank you for having us. The local wetland inventory is simply inaccurate as it pertains to portions of the Laird lots 8100, 8200, and 3400. It is our understanding that the previous owner of these lots did not allow access onto the lots during the local wetland inventory process, and therefore the appropriate pits that determine exact wetland soils were not performed. It was only during the Laird's wetland delineation in 2020 that we allowed a professional wetland expert onto the property to dig these pits and therefore determine the exact location of the wetlands. We request that the county hearings officer review the recently submitted revised master plan that shows the new wetland overlay map, as well as the new survey monument locations that outline the proposed dwelling sites. Please note that the road as well as the proposed dwelling sites are well within the 50-foot wetland setback requirements. The appellants fail to recognize that the location of the newly surveyed layered sites, as shown on the revised development plan, are approximately 30 vertical feet higher in elevation than the lowland wetlands. In fact, the northern portion of the lots are actually described as upland wooded areas in the wetland report. These portions of the layered lots simply don't have the same issues associated with the lowland wetlands located down on Shingle Mill Road. The previous testimony regarding the lowland wetlands with respect to the Shingle Mill Road project is simply inaccurate as it pertains to the building sites on the layered lots. As stated in the staff report, a wetland delineation is a much more extensive and accurate process than a wetland inventory, and the delineation now shows the exact wetland boundaries, which we are actively avoiding with our revised development plan. As for the road improvements, the appellants continue to state they don't know the extent of the impact of these road developments, and we would like to point out that the exact reason why the Oregon Health Authority and the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality even exist is to make sure property owners are in compliance with the current erosion control and stormwater requirements. We cannot be approved for the road development at the state level without completing these requirements. In fact, the Arch Cape Water District has sent us written confirmation that we need to obtain several permits at the state level prior to the road improvements, and therefore we kindly request that the appellants reach out directly to OHA and the DEQ to familiarize themselves with the stringent erosion control and stormwater mitigation laws we must be in compliance with in order to perform road improvements. As for the need to have a development plan prior to road improvements, an appeal to the Type 2 permit decision should be based solely on inaccuracies within the permit findings and/or within the county code. As demonstrated, the county agreed with its own set of codes and has granted conditional approval of the road improvements. There are no county codes that prohibit a landowner from extending a roadway located within a platted subdivision to gain access to their property, with the intent of developing that property within county guidelines. In fact, all properties located within Arch Cape depend on these public right-of-ways to access their properties, and we are no exception. That said, we have updated the public record to show that we are planning to begin construction of the layered family home sooner than anticipated. We have contacted a local home designer to create dwelling drawings as well as a comprehensive development plan. Assuming we can move forward with the proposed road improvements, we plan to begin construction of the layered family home in the spring of 2022.
And just to add to that, the gentleman that earlier was testifying in favor of the Shingle Mill project, named Vito Sorelli, who I don't see on here at the moment, he is the gentleman that we've been working with to do the drawings as well as the development plan, potentially in conjunction with the rest of the new landowners that wish to develop their properties. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. So we'll move on to those who have signed up to testify in favor of the application other than the applicant. I don't know who's first on the list.
Yes, the first one we have is Vito Sorelli. And as the applicant mentioned, it does not appear he's here unless he's on the phone. Vito, if you're on the phone, the *6 is to unmute yourself.
I just wanted to add that I did get a text message from him a while ago saying that as long as you read his statement, which you did earlier, Ian, that will suffice. I believe he's not available at this time, but I can't speak for him. That's just what I got via text message.
Okay. So, Mr.
All right, looks like
Brooks,
he's not on. So
that was the only person who registered to speak live in favor. And then we have
okay.
4 individuals that registered to speak live against the application. The first is Linda Eierman.
Okay, Ms. Eierman.
There we go. Linda Eierman, 80296 Pacific Road, Arch Cape. I am wanting to speak about the intersection of Highway 101 and Greenleaf. I am a neighbor and a property owner along Greenleaf Road and along Ocean View Lane, where the road in question is ending. And I do have concerns, which I raised below, about that intersection. And I'm wondering if I could direct your attention to page 174 of the agenda packet. You'll see the road, the proposed road in yellow. And you'll see that it's all forested around it. It's really beautiful. And the Laird's property to the bottom, to the south of the road in the red box. And then my property is to the northwest of the road. And Greenleaf Road, which is what this proposal would use as access to Highway 101, hits, you can't see it's right at the top of this, but it hits 101 at such an angle that it's impossible to make a right turn. It's like a hairpin. You turn part way, then you back up, and then you can get in. And it's risky to make a left turn, but there are a number of places in Arch Cape that's true of. And ODOT has been contacted and agrees that it's a problem that needs to be solved. And a benefit of deferring the Laird proposed road would be that it would give us, if we all put pressure on ODOT, it would give us time to figure out either how to improve the Greenleaf intersection or what alternative access would better serve that neighborhood as it's developing. As it is, the road that the Lairds plan to build on is on the easternmost side of their property. It would be the northeast corner of their property. The property on the northwest corner, they intend to sell. And that is one objection that we've had, is that this is being promoted as if the road comes in, it's build ready because it has a road and utilities, even though the properties that's for sale doesn't even have an owner yet. But that is the concern that I'd like to express. And we earlier had testimony in writing from the Dufka family, who lives right in here too, about the road problem. And speaking of that, I can say that they did build their road as part of a project to build their house. I'm not sure exactly, when the approvals were done, but it was one project. And I know that because I have owned this property as long as they have. And the property that they built the road on included taking down the trees that were on my property too, that were in the right of way. So what they are saying is accurate. I don't know, what Ian's research is, but it was not a separate project at all. And the other thing I would just comment, knowing the area really well, because I do walk on that right away, is that it is wetlands to the west of the road, let's say the bottom half of the road to the west, and to the south. The right-of-way becomes wetlands about where the road is ending, and then the bottom half of the Laird property is also wetlands. I think I've got that. And that's what they intend to keep as green space, which is much appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Eierman.
Next on the list, we have Jan Siebert-Warmond.
Hello.
I know I saw her. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I asked if you could please include my letter that I read for the Smith hearing that would apply also to the Laird and the Looney hearings. Is that possible?
It is possible. If you would like that letter to be submitted into this record, we can do that.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the list we had.
Do you have any comments in addition to that?
Sorry.
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next on the list we had Kevin Bear, and I believe Gail covered his comments. He's no longer on the call. He had another obligation, but Gail read those comments into the record, so please include those. And finally, we had Geraldine Kempler. And Ms. Kempler, if you're on the phone, it's *6 to unmute yourself.
Okay, it doesn't look like she's on anymore. Okay. Is there anyone else signed up?
That is all that I had signed up.
Okay.
I know.
So at this point, if the Laird, sorry, I thought, my apologies. So, is that you, Ms. Kerr?
Yes, it is. Can you hear me?
Okay, please go ahead. Yes.
My name is Lisa Kerr, and I'm representing the appellants in this case. We are requesting that Orca's letter and the letter from the Arch Cape Falcon Cove Beach community and Mr. Sandler's letter, the comments submitted during the public comment period, as well as our letters setting forth grounds for appeal, be included in the record. I'd also like the pictures that we submitted to be included in the record of road development to the A22 standard off of Highway 101 in the Arch Cape area to show how intense the impacts of this kind of construction are on the environment. A lot of the comments I have for the Laird project are identical to the ones for the Smith, not all of them, but some of them are. And I don't know, Mr. Brooks, if you want me to just go through it all again, or do you want me to summarize it more succinctly, or how you'd like me to approach it?
So in part, I'm going to leave that up to you. This is the hearing for this particular application. To the extent that the facts are different, you may want to address the different facts. If it's a sort of legal or code argument, I'm comfortable with you adopting your statements from the prior hearing, and I'll include those on record here. But again, I think the burden is going to be on you to make the record clear what your position is.
Okay, well, I'd like to include the code and the code provisions I discussed in the Smith argument, as well as the comp plan arguments. However, there are some differences and some emphasis I'd like to make regarding this application. So there is probably going to be a lot of repetition, and I apologize for that. Are you?
Fine.
Oh, okay, you're coming through a whole lot later than when you speak.
Yeah, and I apologize. It's happening on my end as well. Seems to be a audio video disconnect, but I can hear you just fine.
Okay, all right. Just my mouth will be saying different things than what you're hearing. So the county's approval in this case cites provisions of the county code, the standards document, and the comp plan to justify its approval of this application. The county has taken the position in the writings that they included in the record that the appellant is objecting to policy, not particular regulations of the various ordinances governing Clatsop County land use decisions, and that this is not a forum for policy changes which are legislative in nature. And we agree they are legislative, and this is not the purview for those kinds of arguments. We are not making those kinds of arguments. We are going through the various provisions, and we did for Smith, and we're going to do it now in Laird, that are in the code and in the comp plan that we believe apply to this application and why it doesn't work. Section 2.1000, which is the code provision that is the determination of proper procedures. And again, 2.10205 says if the community development director believes that persons other than the applicant can be expected to question the application's compliance with the ordinance, the director may treat the application as a type 2A procedure. Lots of people question these applications, and they specifically requested this be made a type 2A procedure. Yet the county still exercised the discretion in opposition to all those requests and decided to make it a type 2 and not place it in front of the planning division. Again, legally, they are allowed to exercise their discretion, but we are arguing that they abused their discretion by doing that, because it clearly was something that involved a lot of people with a lot of questions and a lot of issues, and yet we were denied that public forum in front of the Planning Commission. In response to Orca's letter concerning the Laird application, the county's response included a citation to ORS 374309, which states that counties cannot apply the law so that any property adjoining a road or highway is denied reasonable access. Again, there's a right-of-way that provides that access. We are not trying to deny access. We are merely saying that before a full-blown road is developed, there has to be some kind of plan in place for development, and it has to be looked at as a whole. It is our position that access and building a county grade road are not one and the same. There's already legal access to the Laird property, and no one has the desire to block that access. Developing that access to county road standards before there's any development plans in place creates a road to nowhere, which is a reoccurring theme in many arguments regarding this case. There is no guarantee that the Smith and Laird properties will ever be developed at this point. Maybe the zoning code will prohibit the size and type of house the applicants desire. Maybe other constraints on the property will cause the applicants to change their mind. What Arch Cape could be left with by doing these developments in such a piecemeal cart before the horse manner is a bunch of county grade roads leading to nothing. The county states that public comments received did not state how the application failed to comply with different ordinances, and that was part of the testimony given by the Lairds, but we beg to differ because we think that it's clearly in violation of a lot of these ordinances and the comp plan. The staff findings and conclusions, section 2.0708, requires the applicant to provide proof of legal access in order to receive development permit approval to construct on the property. That's what the staff findings said. Access is there already, as we said before. So it's not necessary to build a road to provide access. Section 40600, the Arch Cape Community Rural Community Residential Zone, which is where this application is located, states under purposes and intent, section 4.06102, that the zone has been developed with the purpose to not adversely impact adjacent resource lands. Looking at development piecemeal, as this application requires, will certainly not ensure that there is not a negative impact to resource lands. Rather, it allows county roads through forested lands with no discernible development goal in place. Just an ambiguous desire to someday build a house. It makes no sense to permit a road at this juncture. It leads to incredible degradation of the landscape and natural resources with no end. Just a road to nothing. This is not good planning. It is not a system. It is not even a plan. The comprehensive plan goal 1, the planner states that goal 1 was satisfied by the way the planner handled citizen involvement. And as we stated earlier, we do not believe this is true. We believe that by allowing something to go by in front of the Planning Commission, which is made up of local citizens, the local citizens are then part of the decision-making process. This forecloses that and does not allow them to be part of this process. Goal 2 of the comp plan, land use planning, the planning staff determined that goal 2 was met because the projected development pattern is single-family residential. However, there are no development applications associated with this application, just a road. A road plan should accompany the residential development plans, but as at this point, the resident is just imagined, it's not real. Adequate road access is required to accommodate development, but access exists, and the road will exist if and when development is in the works, or it might, depending on whether or not all the agencies determine that residences can be built on these lots. Comp plan, goal 5. While the Laird Road apparently does not enter the ARC 13 wetland, it is certainly adjacent to the wetland and will affect the wetland. The county rebutted our Smith testimony by saying Crest is no longer under contract to inventory county wetlands. This means that the county's goal 5 inventory is incomplete and is in violation of OAR 660-23-0100, which directs the county to protect significant wetlands from urban impacts. The state recognizes ARC-13 as a significant wetland. The county's failure to inventory it does not let the county off the hook for protecting this wetland. We request that the Laird and Smith Road applications be denied until the county further studies this significant wetland and the impacts on it from proposed roads. Goal 12, transportation. I went through transportation a little more completely in the covering the Smith issues, and I would like to apply that to this. But just to sum it up, this decision does in fact conflict with Goal 12, which envisions a system in which roads are evaluated in conjunction with the development of residential structures that they will serve. This application is antithetical to a system. It would result in a series of roads that don't lead anywhere. Roads cut into the forest or the wetlands when no residential development is yet in the works to justify these roads. This is not what the comp plan envisions. It is a piecemeal approach that does not further a system at all. The Southwest.
Ms. Kerr, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Mr. Brooks just messaged us that he's lost his audio feed. If we could pause for a moment until he gets that back. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No problem.
This conference will now be recorded.
I don't know. I apologize. I don't know what's happening. I didn't do anything different this afternoon than I did this morning. So Ms. Kerr, where I was unable to hear you, you were just talking about Goal 5 obligations, and you had cited to the Oregon Administrative Rule 660.023.0100. That's the last note that I took. So I apologize, but if you could pick up there, and I will try, if for some reason my audio drops again in the future, I'll try to be more aggressive about getting your attention to stop, and I may have to call in on the computer instead of the phone. I chose the phone because it's usually more reliable, but that may be the issue. So please continue.
Okay, I'm going to just go back to the first paragraph of my Goal 5 argument. While Laird Road apparently does not enter the ARC 13 wetland, it is certainly adjacent to the wetland and will affect the wetland. The county rebutted our Smith testimony by saying that Crest is no longer under contract to inventory county wetlands. This means that the county's Goal 5 inventory is incomplete and is in violation of OAR 660-23-0100, which directs the county to protect significant wetlands from urban impacts. The state recognizes ARC 13 as a significant wetland. The county's failure to inventory it does not let the county off the hook for protecting that wetland. We request that the Laird and Smith Road applications be denied until the county further studies this significant wetland and the impacts on it from the proposed roads. There was a letter submitted by DSL, and the county acknowledged that letter in their response when the county said in their response, quote, "The road will not affect the delineated wetland areas," citing the DSL as supporting that. That is not what the DSL letter said at all. It says, it talks about cut and fill, it talks about other applications, other agencies that have to provide review, but nowhere in that letter did it say that road or future construction may or may not affect identified wetlands. So I just wanted to point out that that was an error on the part of the county. Goal 12, transportation, I went through that pretty fair, I cited various policies in the transportation goal, and I would ask that that be included in this testimony along with a lot of the other code provisions. However, I will say, I would like to summarize to say that Goal 12, transportation, this decision does in fact conflict with Goal 12, the transportation plan, because that plan envisions a system in which the roads are evaluated in conjunction with the development of the residential structures they support. This application is antithetical to the idea of a system that would result in a series of roads for no purpose. Roads cut into the forest or the wetlands when no residential development is yet in the works to justify these roads. This is not what the comp plan envisions. It is a piecemeal approach that does not further a system at all. The Southwest Coastal Community Plan, policies 3 and 4, housing. The Planning Department found this application to be consistent with the Southwest Coast Community Plan, policies 3 and 4, stating that, quote, roadway construction, while listed as a separate use in the, they were referring to the LWDUA, not the new code, is a necessary first step in the residential development envisioned by the Southwest Coastal Community Plan Housing Goals Policy. This is not true. Roadway construction is not mentioned anywhere in Goal 3 or 4 under housing in the comp plan. The Southwest Community Plan as a requisite to, in that section as a requisite to development. So it's our position that it's not in compliance, in fact, with policies 3 and 4. The planning staff makes the following conclusions, citing the proposed road development is for the purpose of accessing the applicant's property in order to accommodate future residential development as permitted in the AC-RCR zone. However, we don't know at this point if there will be development because there's no plans. In the third paragraph of the staff report on page 24 of 28, the staff says that DSL made a determination that wetlands would not be impacted by the proposed road. I already covered that. The letter from DSL does not say this. While the proposed layered road does not enter the delineated wetland, it runs adjacent to the wetland and will most certainly affect the wetland roads and narrow floodplains. Roads affect drainage. Roads often create low quality wetlands upslope of the road by interrupting surface and groundwater flows. Roads interrupt wetland wildlife corridors. Road building machines often bringing in exotic plant species that can be devastating to the local wetlands plants and animals. The county fails to address any of these issues in its appeal. You can't look at the impact on wetlands in a vacuum. There are possible springs which have not been identified, the impact of other wetlands besides the actual area being developed. All of these issues have not been addressed by the county. The comp plan requires under Article 6, Goal 6, that cumulative impacts be addressed. And in this it's not even possible to begin to address cumulative impacts of development under this kind of scenario. I would like just to add that the people who testified against this application included people who were familiar with this land, who know the history of the land, who understand the wetlands issues from years of observation and concern. The only two people who testified in favor of it were Mr. Sorelli and Mr. Kaplinger. And I think that it's important that Mr. Sorelli has indicated that he works for the applicant. And I'm not sure at this point if Mr. Kaplinger also works for the applicant, but I think those things need to be disclosed when someone is testifying in favor of an application in order to ensure there's no conflict of interest in their testimony. I also have a letter here that I'd like to read into the record if I'm permitted to. It is from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And this letter in 2015, when ditches were adjacent to this wetland were being put in, the department wrote this letter telling the county that they need to work with ODF&W on these permits to build these ditches. And I think it's relevant to show how complicated these wetland issues really are in this case. May I read the letter? It's not that long.
Sure, if you wish.
Okay. This is to Michael Summers, Clatsop County Public Works. and it's from Department of Fish and Wildlife, North Coast Watershed District. Dear Mr. Summers, the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife has received a copy of your response to a member of the public regarding recently installed culverts along East Beach Road in Arch Cape. These culverts serve to convey water through the roadside ditches from runoff and other sources, including an adjoining wetlands area. In that response, you reference the ditches as not being documented as fish bearing due to their seasonal nature, as evidenced by the provided coho salmon distribution map for Arch Cape Creek. ODFW appreciates your attention to fish passage at stream crossings. However, some clarification of the Oregon fish passage rules is needed. First, fish passage is required to be addressed by the owner of any impediment placed in a waterway that is within the current or historical distribution of native migratory fish. ODFW has sole authority to determine presence of native migratory fish, whether current or historical. Historical use can be and often is determined by the professional judgment of ODFW staff. Native migratory fish is defined in OAR 635-412-0005 and includes many of the species found in coastal drainages such as salmon, steelhead, trout, and lamprey, as well as several other species. Fish presence can be seasonal, as fish utilize habitat when it is available to them. In this specific case of Arch Cape Creek, the use of the StreamNet coho distribution data source to determine fish presence is not sufficient for determining the distribution of all native migratory fish species within the Arch Cape Creek watershed. Only ODFW can make a final determination on fish use. In fact, ODFW is on the record as to the likelihood of fish use historically occurring in the wetland areas to the east of East Beach Road. It is also likely that water draining from the wetland historically connected with Arch Cape Creek and provided fish the opportunity to access the wetland. This connection in this location now occurs through the ditches alongside the road and through the culverts recently installed, as well as one placed last year under East Beach Road. So I think that this letter just provides some context on how complicated these wetlands issues are and how these applications are far from complete. The analysis is far from complete. There is a wetlands delineation. It was already accepted by DSL. However, that wetlands delineation was performed by someone hired by the applicant. And that is the only, it's not the same as previous wetlands delineation. So I think that the issue at this point needs to be much more fully developed before these permits are granted for roads in the right-of-ways. Thanks.
Ms. Kerr, I do have a couple questions for you. And again, sorry for the delay in the audio here. One question, I just wanted to make sure in the beginning of your comments, you mentioned the letter from Mr. Sanders, who was an appellant in the Smith case, but not this one. Could you
Yes,
tell me,
right.
I'm sorry, which of his information you wanted to have included in this record?
No, I misspoke. It is not Mr. Sanders. He's for the Smith case. And for this case, it would be the letters from Orca and from the community club. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. One of your comments is in terms of what you raised in terms of the appeal, the basis for the appeal is just that the process that the county should have followed would have been a type 2A process. I'm trying to understand that piece a little bit more. Could you, I think the code says that a type 2A process would also be processed by the hearings officer. But you mentioned that it would have gone to the planning commission. Can you spell that out a little bit more? What the different process is with the 2A, at least what your position is, and how that's different from this process?
I believe that a 2A, if we had requested it, could go in front of the planning commission. I guess it seems to me that the planning commission, which is an entity which has citizen involvement in the decision making, is being short shrifted by this whole approach. That you can, I mean, I grant you that the process we're doing now allows for people to speak and give testimony. But I'm talking about the decision-making process itself, and that it is my understanding that under a 2A, that we would have a chance to go in front of the Planning Commission if we chose to. We requested it several times.
And just so I can understand that piece of your argument, and because I want to make sure we resolve this in the decision, would the Planning Commission have applied any different criteria, or you just mean it's a different decision-making body?
It's a different decision-making body, and there's a different process for appeal. So we would have, under the Planning Commission, we would have had a hearing, a de novo hearing, and the decision would have been made by a local body made up of local citizens. And then now we have to, we would have gone directly to the Planning Commission. Now we had to do a whole appeal to get a hearing. The other way, we wouldn't have had to go through this whole appeal process to get a hearing. We would have been able to go directly to the Planning Commission. In other words, if I'm an applicant and I don't like, and I don't like the decision made by the planner, I can appeal it directly to the Planning Commission. I don't have to go through this whole appeal process. And the same is true for someone who's against an application. So we think that it made the
And a final question.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. Could you repeat that last sentence?
No, it's okay. I'm having trouble telling when I'm cut off and when I'm not.
You just have to wait for the long, awkward silence, and then you'll know that I've stopped talking, and that's kind of what I do on this end. I have one more question for you, and I think maybe it's one of the main legal issues here, and it's the difference between your position and that of the staff. And I think it can be best summarized as saying that the road, your position is that the road cannot be approved without some other development that it's going to serve, basically. The staff's position, and in the earlier decision, is that there's no provision in the code that requires that. That's easy for me to track because they're just saying there's no provision, so I'm not looking for a provision. But is there a part of the code that you're relying on that links the potential development of the property to the road that's adjacent to that property?
It's not there is no specific code provision that says that directly, but all of the code provisions I cited require that, especially the county road standards, which require that a county road must go to a development or as part of the development process. It goes to a development. This is all of the code provisions I cited talk about what can and cannot be done in regards to not just building a road, but how the road should relate to a system or a process. And we're saying here that these roads don't relate to any kind of system. They're just all by themselves. And likewise, there is no specific code provision that says you can just develop a road, a right of way to county standards all by itself without any kind of debate. It's all supposed to be looked at as part and parcel of development of a site. If this was being done in 2021, there would have been a vetted process for the whole development. There would have been, analysis of the land. There would have been a big picture of what was supposed to happen. But under the provisions as they're written prior to that time, there's it's never really addressed in the code, not specifically. And we don't think it's addressed. I think that either argument is not specifically set out in the code. It's how you interpret the various provisions of the code that permit you to do a road to nowhere. The county road standards are intended to provide access to new development. I think I stated that in the Smith application, section 3.9810, that when the county road standards specifically do say that they are intended to provide access to new development. There is no development here. So I guess if you're going to cite a specific section, that section would apply. But I think the interpretation of any of the other sections also.
Thank you.
Plan.
Okay. Thank you for responding to those questions. All right. Is that everyone that signed up? Before I go back to the applicant. Okay. Thank you. So now the applicant. All right, I talked over you, Ian, I think. Okay. All right, so if the Lairds would like to speak now, then this is the time for your rebuttal presentation.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa Kerr. I appreciate your energy that you put in this project. It seems like you're obviously as passionate as we are about Arch Cape and the whole North Coast in general. I do want to point out that the word or the phrase road to nowhere has been used, I think I stopped counting at about 23 times this couple of presentations. I guess suggesting that our private property that we have spent 2 years now due diligence on, half of our personal savings, tapping into my son's college account to buy these properties. I would like to say that it's actually not a road to nowhere, it's a road to somewhere. And that somewhere is my private property. So that's that. Also, there's talk of not having a development plan or even a development permit to do this road, and that's completely false. You actually are required by the county, the community development portion of the county, to submit a development permit when you do the road. Which is a little bit strange because roads are done by Clatsop County Public Works. So one would think that all roads would go through, permitting would go through that, but there is a development permit. And Ian, you can say that I'm wrong here, but in that development permit, which I'm looking at now, you must say your proposed use of the land, which would be the development of the road, eventually develop a home, and list a variety of different locations. It's a fairly thorough permit that also includes the agency reviews from the fire chief, from the wastewater, the sewer, water resources department, fire department, all those things. So I think Mr. Brooks, it's good to point out that actually there is a development permit that goes along with building a road, and that's through Clatsop County Community Development, and it's its own separate permit that we were actually required to do just to build our pedestrian trail. And so therefore there is a development plan and permit that would have to accompany the road. And then lastly, to clarify, and I apologize if I needed to put this into the county record, I did not, that I will confirm that Vito Sorelli and Will Kaplinger we are clients of theirs. I will like to point out that we hired them over a year ago before we even knew that I had never even heard of the term Cup 2 type permit. We hired them specifically to get our quote unquote ducks in a row and be as due diligent as possible to get our permit submitted. So we did not hire them after the fact to come to our rescue or whatever you want to call it in this scenario. We've been working with them for over a year to help us with the permit process that includes a variety of things above and beyond the CUP permit. And then one last thing, I did notice that it was said that, and I don't know if it was a misspoke or not, that there was a, Ms. Kerr, you mentioned that there was a wetland delineation prior to our delineation. I think what you might have meant was the wetland inventory. And again, as we said in our statement, there's a vast difference between a wetland inventory and a true delineation. And you can look up those things in definitions if you want to, but the delineation process is a much more involved, expensive, very accurate process that, as the state has pointed out and the county agrees with, essentially trump cards the inventory because of its specific nature. An example of that is if you look at the current local wetland inventory that's located on the web maps, our 3400 lot, if you look on that, there are no wetlands located on that property according to the local wetland inventory. However, after the delineation was completed, we did find that there were indeed wetlands located on our property. So the reason why we did the delineation, as we stated, is to find the specific location of these wetlands so as that we could do our 50 or in some cases 100-foot setback from the wetlands so as to not approach to impact them. So again, we're in a very different situation than the shingle mill property, who actually has a very small amount of property to work with, and they might actually want to encroach onto the wetlands via the fill laws. I just need to reiterate that the entire building sites that we're looking at are completely free and absent of any wetland, and the closest known wetland is approximately 50 feet away from the road and 100 feet away from the dwelling sites. Thank you again, Mr. Brooks. I appreciate your time. Thank you again, Ian, for all your help. And this concludes our rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Laird. So at this point, I'll turn it back over to staff to see if there are any additional or final comments staff would like to make before we close the record.
Mr. Brooks. First, I just wanted to confirm Mr. Laird is correct about requiring, community development will require a development permit prior to construction of the proposed road improvements. That is listed as condition number 6 in the April 23rd, 2021 notice of decision. And on that topic of development permits, those are generally treated as the last step in our land use review and approval processes. Those permits do expire after 180 days. So if the county were to require the applicant to obtain a development permit for the residential development of their private property with a condition of approval to construct the road, as you know, my understanding is what the appellants are arguing should happen, I think it would be highly unlikely and unreasonable to expect that the applicant could apply for a conditional use permit to build the road after obtaining a development permit for their private property, get approval for that conditional use permit to construct the road, actually construct the road, and then also meet the substantial construction requirement for the vesting of their development permit on the private property via construction of the dwelling, and to do all that within 180 days. And so again, the development permit process is generally a matter of reviewing the development standards for the zone and kind of checking off the boxes, verifying that the applicant has provided all of the required information and meets all of the required development standards such as setbacks, building height, lot coverage, and things like that. And just based on you know, a broad overview of the applicant's property, I don't see any evidence to suggest that the Laird Squared property cannot reasonably be developed legally or physically with a dwelling or dwellings. So just wanted to clarify that. With regard to procedure types, I wanted to confirm, pursuant to Land and Water Development and Use Ordinance Section 2.025, Type 2A procedures are reviewed by the hearings officer. And then moving on to the issue of the Greenleaf and Highway 101 intersection, again, as ODOT stated, the improvement of that intersection would require the purchase of additional right-of-way, which implies that adjacent property owners to that intersection would be required to sell all or part of their property to ODOT to accommodate the required improvement to that intersection. So those, I'm not sure if those private property owners are willing to do that, but that presumably would need to happen to be able to improve that intersection. The ACRCR zone is generally understood to be committed to development, considering that it is designated in the comprehensive plan as development, and services including sewer, water, and fire protection are available. With regard to the transportation system, there is a transportation system on the east side of Arch Cape. While it may be 95 or 100 plus years old in many places, there is a system which has been acknowledged by the County Board of Commissioners and the Department of Land Conservation and Development, via the 1980 adoption of the county's zoning ordinance, and then the application in 2003 of the ACRCR zoning to that area. Finally, with regard to Goal 5, Clatsop County's Goal 5 is currently under review as part of the county's comprehensive plan update. The county was formerly, but is no longer subject to periodic review requirements. However, we are currently undergoing an update to the entire comprehensive plan. As part of the process to update Goal 5, wetland inventories will be revisited and updated, and a local wetland protection program may be considered. However, there have been no legislative processes to change any of the existing regulations or inventories, nor have any been proposed yet. Director Henriksen confirmed that CREST, the Columbia River Estuary Study Task Force, has been contracted to update wetland inventories in the Clatsop Plains area in the Duncan Thomas report. However, CREST scope doesn't include inventories of wetlands in Arch Cape. And again, just to reiterate, the proposed road development appears to clearly avoid the delineated wetlands as shown on the site plan provided by the Lairds, and with the delineated wetland boundary included on those plans. And that is all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you if you were speaking. Yeah, I'm not getting any audio from you, Mr. Brooks.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me now.
Yes.
All right. It may still be disjointed. My phone has hung up on me twice now. I could still hear you though, I think the whole time. So I was checking my notes. I don't have any additional questions for you. So if that's it, I think we will close the hearing and close the record for this matter. And it's we'll go off the record. It's here. It's 2:02 p.m.
Thank you.
All right. We have our third and final hearing this afternoon. Let me bring this up. All right, it is 2:03 p.m. on June 22nd, 2021, and this is the time for the hearing for appeal number 18621000387 PLNG, which is an appeal of a conditional use permit granted to Temple Looney to establish vehicular access to a property. My name is Tommy Brooks, and I am the hearings officer presiding over this hearing. Before we get started on the substantive portions of the hearing, I'll address the hearing format briefly. We are conducting this hearing electronically with participants appearing virtually from remote locations, but we will still follow the normal hearing procedures, and I will provide sufficient opportunity for everyone to participate at the appropriate time. I ask for your continued patience as we get through all these steps, and if there are any electronic glitches, we'll just hit the pause button until I can get back on. In just a minute, I'll go over the hearing order, but just to let you know, for those of you that have been listening in this afternoon, we have a list of everyone who signed up to speak, and so if you could just please wait until you're called on, we will get to everybody. Before you begin your comments, please state your name and address for the record, and please spell your name, even if it's very simple and isn't always, and it's better for me to make a clearer record in my notes if I am spelling it correctly. We are conducting this hearing de novo. In rendering my decision, I'll consider only the factual evidence that is in the record for this matter. I will apply those facts to the relevant criteria that are contained in the county's comp plan and the county's land use regulations. The criteria relevant to this decision were identified in the public notice that announced this hearing. They are also set forth in the decision that is on appeal. Those documents are posted on the county's website and are available directly from county staff. The county's code requires that I state the approval criteria at the beginning of the hearing. So I'll state the ones that are listed in the notice, which is under the Land and Water Development Land and Water Development and Use Code, Article 1, Introductory Provisions, 2.1020, Type 2 Procedures, 2.2050, Procedures for Mail Notice, 2.4000 through 2.4050, Conditional Development and Use, 3.2000, Erosion Control Development Standards, 3.9800, Transportation Improvements and Road Standard Specifications for Design and Construction, 4.0600, Arch Cape Rural Community Residential Zone, and 5.3000, Geological Hazards Overlay. The Clatsop County Comprehensive Plan provisions that were included in the notice include Goal 1, Goal 2, Goal 5, Goal 6, Goal 7, Goal 11, Goal 12, and the Southwest Coastal Community Plan. It is imperative that you direct all of your testimony to the applicable criteria. If you believe a criterion applies that was not listed, you may address the unlisted criterion. However, I urge you to also explain why the criterion must apply so that others can respond and so that I can address that criterion in my decision. Failure to raise an issue with enough detail that enables me or other participants to respond precludes your ability to appeal that issue to the Land Use Board of Appeals. Also, the failure to raise a constitutional or other issue relating to the proposed conditions of approval with enough detail that allows me to respond to the issue in my decision precludes an action for damages in circuit court. As I just noted, I serve as the county's hearings officer in this matter. In that role, my job is to be an impartial decision maker. I do have a contract with the county to serve in this role, but I'm obligated to remain impartial. To that end, I can go on the record to state that I do not know the applicants. I have not visited the site, and I also do not have any ex parte contacts to disclose. The order of the hearing is going to be as follows. We're going to have the staff deliver the staff report, allow the applicant to present the application, followed by those in favor of the application other than the applicant. We will then move to those opposed to the application, and we will start with the appellants and then others. And then as the final couple steps, we will allow rebuttal by the applicant, and then staff will come up for any final questions and comments. If you have written materials, I think you can submit them into the record, and we will arrange to have those submitted to me through the county staff. But before we begin, does anyone wish to challenge my ability to hear this matter or to challenge the county's jurisdiction over this application? All right, seeing none, I will turn it over to the county staff to deliver the staff report.
Okay, thank you. Gail Henriksen, I'm the Community Development Director for Clatsop County. Because many of the facts of this case, as well as the applicable review criteria for both the code and the comprehensive plan are the same as the previous two applications that we've just had hearings on, and they are detailed findings are included in our staff report. I would like to ask that those previous comments be adopted by reference, and that we also enter into the record the staff cover memo and all exhibits dated June 14th, 2021 into the record. The background on this case is that on March 9th, 2021, Mr. Looney submitted a land use application to extend the platted but unopened Walsh Lane right-of-way. This is an approach road that would extend approximately 200 feet east from its current terminus at the intersection with Ravenhill Road to property that is owned by Mr. Looney, tax lot 41030 BD 0293, which I will refer to hereinafter as tax lot 2903. The paved road would be 20 feet wide, and it's again requested in order to gain access to Mr. Looney's property. He does not have plans to develop the property at this time, but would install water, sewer, and electric lines to the site as part of the approach road construction. We issued as staff the notice of decision for the conditional use permit application number 210000177 on May 11th, 2021. On May 24th, 2021, Linda Eierman, on behalf of the Oregon Coast Alliance, referred to as ORCA, and the Arch Cape Falcon Cove Beach Community Club, referred to as the Community Club, filed a notice of appeal. Both ORCA and the Community Club had provided comments on the CUP during the 10-day public comment period. The grounds for the appeal are: 1, it was an error to approve a road permit to access undeveloped land, and 2, the decision did not adequately consider impacts on the environment. Per ORS 215.416 subsection 11D, a de novo hearing is going to be required. The subject right-of-way itself is located in the Arch Cape Rural Community Residential Zone and is designated as development in the county's comprehensive plan. The right-of-way is also within a mapped geologic hazard area and within an area mapped as major big game habitat when the comprehensive plan was adopted approximately 40 years ago. The right-of-way itself for Walsh Lane was dedicated to the public when the plat of Cannon Beach Park was recorded on November 24th, 1906, and it's recorded in Book 3, page 59 of the county records. Subsequent to that, an additional 28 feet of publicly dedicated right-of-way was added to Walsh Lane when the Cannon Beach Park Extension subdivision plat was recorded in 1926, recorded in Book 8, page 43 of the county records. The property that's owned by Mr. Looney, tax lot 2903, consists of lot 6 and a portion of lot 7, block 27 of the Cannon Beach Park subdivision plat. This tax lot 2903 itself was created via property line adjustment number 20-000116 that was approved in 2020. Tax lot 2903 does meet the county's definition of a lot of record as defined in section 1.0500 of our code. The right-of-way itself is partially wooded, more so densely at the east end of the right-of-way towards the boundary of the subdivision plat. The elevations vary anywhere from 80 to 120 feet, and the slopes range from approximately 15 to 22%. The right-of-way itself is within the area served by the Arch Cape Sanitary Sewer and Water Districts, and they did provide comments on this application. The district representative noted that the Walsh Lane right-of-way is a potential access point to the wastewater plant and their district offices, which are located on East Shingle Mill Lane, just to the south of this property. And the subject property is also within the Cannon Beach Rural Fire Protection District, which did not provide any comments on the application. So again, many of the applicable review criteria have already been covered. I just wanted to point out a few areas where this application is different from the others. First of all, it is not in an area that has mapped wetlands. There are no mapped wetlands within the right-of-way that is under discussion. However, it is in a geologic hazard area, and it is in major big game habitat area. So when we look at the review criteria in sections 2.4000 through 2.4050 of the law deck, these are the criteria that guide conditional use permit review. And the criteria specifically look at whether or not an application complies with all county codes in the comprehensive plan. It evaluates the suitability of the site for the proposed use, the availability of infrastructure to serve the site, topography, natural hazards, natural resource values, and other features, and also potential impacts to aquatic and coastal shorelands and major and peripheral big game habitat. And as we've discussed with this case, this is also another example of where the proposed road development is to provide vehicular access to property that is owned by the applicant for the purpose of future residential development. And again, residential development requires vehicle access, not just public walk-up access to a property, but you have to be able to accommodate vehicles, which would include not only the vehicles of the property owner, but inspectors, service providers, and school buses, fire engines, all those types of uses. So it's more than just walk-up public access. It also requires potable water and sewage disposal. Because the area of the right-of-way is within a geologic hazard area that's mapped by the Department of Geology and Mineral Industries, or DOGAMI, one of the conditions of approval will require them to attain a geologic hazard permit prior to receiving a development permit for construction of the roadway. Also, because the area is mapped as major big game habitat, section 2.4030 subsection 3G requires that we do consider the cumulative effects of the proposed development on big game habitat. However, that requirement is applicable only to land identified in the comprehensive plan as either agricultural lands or conservation forest lands. This property under consideration is identified as development in the comprehensive plan. And although it is in close proximity to conservation forest land, it is not immediately adjacent to land that is conservation forest lands, and it's not designated that itself. The property, which again is zoned ACRCR, is development in the comprehensive plan. The property that is owned by Mr. Looney is bordered to the east by an additional platted right-of-way that is part of the Cannon Beach Park subdivision plat. And then it's only to the east of there where you encounter land that is privately owned that is in the resource zone, the conservation forest lands designation. That property is owned by Onion Peak LLC, which is a Portland-based eco-trust. And then further south and east of the subject property is land that's owned by the Arch Cape Sanitary District, and which has its sanitary disposal plant on that property, which is also zoned F80 and is designated as conservation forest lands in the comprehensive plan. The development of the road or the future development of the property that's owned by Mr. Looney would not result in any impacts that would be greater or more intense than those generated by the sanitary district's disposal plant that is just south and east of this property. The proposed road extension would not interfere with forestry or agricultural practices, and there are no inventoried Goal 5 resources within the subject right-of-way. With regard to the comprehensive plan and the review criteria, we believe that the Goal 1 requirements have been satisfied for a Type 2 procedure as identified in section 2.1020. Goal 2 has been satisfied by the fact that the project area is on land designated as development in the comprehensive plan, and that the specific use, the road extension and future development, is listed as a conditional use in the underlying zone. With regard to goal 5, the properties on either the north and south side of the right-of-way are also located in this ACRCR zone. The existing and projected development pattern is single-family residential development and accessory uses. Adequate road access is required to accommodate this type of development, and a platted but unopened right-of-way is, as I stated, adjacent immediately to the east of the subject property. So the subject property and all land immediately surrounding it is zoned ACRCR. We found that the proposal did not conflict with Goal 5, Wildlife Habitat Policy 1, and sub-policies A through C and E apply specifically to resource zoned lands. Sub-policy D requires applications in major big game habitat to be submitted to the Department of Fish and Wildlife. This was done via public notice on March 30th, 2021, and no comments were received from staff at the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Goal 6 has been satisfied as the proposed road extension would not impact other resources that are important to the county's economy, such as marine resource habitat, again, as there are no mapped wetlands within the subject area. Neither would the project impact recreational and aesthetic resources that are important to the tourist industry, as the property east of the subdivision plat is privately owned eco-trust land, and the lots and parcels surrounding the property on the north, south, and west side are all privately owned property and not part of lands dedicated to the tourist industry. Goal 11 has been satisfied as public water and sewer utilities are available within the area, and the right-of-way is within the Cannon Beach Rural Fire Protection District. It's also served by the Clatsop County Sheriff's Office and Medics Ambulance Service. Goal 7 would be in compliance with the condition of approval requiring the geologic hazard permit approval prior to development of the roadway. With regard to Goal 12, staff found that the proposal with conditions of approval number 6 and number 8 would be consistent with the Goal 12 policies. And finally, with regard to the Southwest Coastal Community Plan, staff found that with conditions of approval number 1, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9, the project would satisfy the applicable goals and policies found in the Southwest Coastal Community Plan. Okay, after the public comment period closed, we received additional testimony prior to 4 p.m. yesterday. I would like to request that we incorporate into the record by reference the photos that have been submitted by Lisa Kerr, the written comments that were provided by Michelle Woolert, Dale Mosby, Mary Jo Mosby, Aaron Matusik, and Richard and Catherine D'Onofrio, and then also incorporate by reference the in-person comments that have been previously provided by Dan Siebert-Warmond, Vito Sabrelli, and Kevin Bear, who did sign up to speak for all 3 cases. We did have one other written comment that was from Linda Ironman, who provided captions for the photos that were previously submitted by Lisa Kerr. And so Ms. Ironman's comments come in 2 emails. The first one says, attached are 3 photos which appellants request be entered into the record as evidence in opposition to the Looney permit, along with the following public testimony to explain them. I would show these photos myself. Oh, we don't need that part. Okay. These photos depict an example of a new A22 road in Arch Cape. The road in the photos differs from the Looney Road in that it runs at right angles off a major highway and is intended to serve an approved subdivision. But it does accurately depict the width of the road, 20-foot travel surface, and the amount of tree clearing required by county ordinance. It also differs in that it has a gravel surface, whereas the Looney Road is to be paved. And I will share these pictures here. So these are the pictures that Ms. Ironman is referencing. And then the second email states that photo 4, these photos referred to as photos 4 through 6, photos 1 through 3 by separate email are screenshots from Clatsop County web maps. Photo 4 shows the right-of-way in question as being completely within the geologic hazard overlay, which staff acknowledges and has discussed and will require a permit for development. The lot owned by Looney is the red square, also within the GHO. The right-of-way is to the south and southwest of the lot. Photo 5 is an aerial photo of the area in question, submitted to show the density of healthy trees growing on the public land where the proposed road would be built. This photo is inaccurate in one respect, in that it shows a portion of the 200-foot right-of-way from Ravenhill Road to the east boundary of the Looney lot as already having a constructed road. In fact, Walsh Lane ends at the intersection with Ravenhill. This appears to be a mapping error. The proposal by Looney is to build a 200-foot road on land which is presently undeveloped, which is correct, and that is acknowledged in the staff cover memo and report dated June 14th, 2021. Finally, photo 6 shows the zoning with Looney's lot and the proposed road being within the ACR-CR zone, but adjacent to an F80 resource zone on the eastern boundaries, which again, staff has discussed. This is photo 4 showing the property within the geologic hazard area. This is photo 5 showing the wooded aerial view of the Walsh Lane right-of-way. And then this is the zoning map, which shows the ACR-CR zone, the additional platted right-of-way that's in the Cannon Beach Park subdivision, and then the resource F80 zone further to the east. And those were all of the public comments that were received. And let's see, finally, just wrapping up a few staff comments. So we've discussed the issues regarding the geologic hazard overlay and the major big game habitat. Again, as we've talked about all afternoon and this morning, the properties here are lands that were subdivided 95 or 100 more years ago. And it is a system that's in place that, as Senior Planner Ian Sisson pointed out in the previous case, is acknowledged by the fact that this property is zoned and designated for development, that designation was approved by the Clatsop County Board of Commissioners and the Department of Land Conservation and Development, both in 1980 when the original comprehensive plan was acknowledged, and also in 2003 when the rural community designation was applied to Arch Cape. So all of these, this property is within the area that has access to public utilities and public services. And I think I'm going to stop there. Our recommendation, based upon the analysis and findings that have been provided, staff is recommending approval of this conditional use permit, subject to the conditions in the notice of approval that was issued May 11th, 2021, and which is included as Exhibit A in the staff cover memo dated June 14th, 2021, which is part of this agenda package. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hendrickson. I don't have any questions at the moment. I may at the end. So I will invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to present the application.
Okay, so the applicant was not here to attend. I do have the letter. He submitted written testimony that I would like to read. All right, this is dated June 7th, 2021. It's from Temple O. Looney Jr., T-E-M-P-L-E, middle initial O, last name Looney, L-O-O-N-E-Y, 1504 Southeast 26th Avenue, Hillsboro, Oregon, 97123. And his letter says, "This letter contains my written testimony to the appeal hearing regarding the referenced appeal. I do not intend to lend legitimacy to this appeal by participating in the hearing. Grounds for appeal number 1. It was an error to approve a road permit to access undeveloped land. This argument was thoroughly and effectively rebutted in the notice of decision, which is being appealed by these parties. My application for a conditional use permit and the department's administration of my application was all done, quote, by the book, unquote. The parties making the appeal have no standing because they do not present any evidence that my application was improperly executed by me or improperly administered by the department. The county's adopted land use regulations and their processes and procedures were followed to the full extent. Grounds for appeal number 2. The decision did not adequately consider impacts on the environment. This argument was thoroughly and effectively addressed in the notice of decision, which is being appealed by these parties. The conditions of approval included in the notice of decision for the approved conditional use permit are comprehensive in addressing environmental impacts, including geologic hazards, minimal amount of clearing and natural vegetation, minimal amount of tree removal, and submission of plans for grading, drainage, and erosion control. All these environmental concerns are protected by issuance of a development permit, which requires prior submission, review, and approval of plans, providing for all the above items: geologic hazards, minimal amount of clearing of natural vegetation, minimal amount of tree removal, and submission of plans for grading, drainage, and erosion control. The notice of decision is public record. I stand by the department's thorough and effective rebuttal to the appealing parties, agency, and public comments with use of actual facts as presented in staff findings and conclusions in the notice of decision. There is no need for me to repeat that material here. My property, tax lot 02903, was created via property line adjustment number 20-000116, approved March 6, 2020, and meets the county definition of lot of record, Law Doc section 1.0500. The only access to my, quote, lot of record, unquote, is from Walsh Avenue, which was true when the property line adjustment was approved. Clatsop County cannot deny access to my property by preventing me from extending Walsh Avenue. In 2011, the legislature modified ORS 374.309 to provide that counties may not apply the law so as to deny any property adjoining a road or highway reasonable access. Common law also provides that property owners have a legal right to access their properties. Walsh Avenue is a public platted right-of-way. I have voluntarily agreed to comply with all county land use regulations and construct a Walsh Avenue extension to adopted county road standards. I feel that it is the department's responsibility to defend its land use regulations and their administration of land use regulations, and not my responsibility. This appeal is an attempt to revise adopted land use regulations and the processes and procedures clearly described in the adopted regulations. This appeal is an attempt to modify adopted land use regulations, administrative processes and procedures, and the goals of the comprehensive plan by challenging my approved application for a conditional use permit. This appeal hearing is not the proper forum for the parties to advance their interest in revising adopted land use regulations that govern land development in Arch Cape. Yours truly, Temple Uni.
Okay, well, since the applicant's not here in person too, we'll just move on to if anyone who has signed up in support of the application.
The only one was Vito Sorelli, and we've already included by reference his previous comments.
Okay, thank you. Then let's move to those who have signed up in opposition to the application, and we will start with the appellant.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you, thank you.
Thank you. Linda Eierman, 80296 Pacific Road in Arch Cape. I am a member of the Arch Cape Falcon Cove Beach Community Club Board of Directors, and I am their land use chair. And I will be speaking on behalf of both appellants. And I initially have a question. Are all of the pages in the agenda packet automatically part of the record, or do we have to ask to have parts of it put into the record?
I think other parties have asked, but I'm treating this entire agenda packet as being information that's in the record. It was submitted to me prior to the hearing, and I have that. And no one has asked to have it excluded, so I'm considering it included.
Okay, because if not, I would ask, because there are maps and things, and so it's in.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this permit approval, it is at this point, is another example of what we've been calling putting the cart before the horse. And by that, I mean approving access roads and utility lines to lots which are undeveloped and for which there's been no development review, no request for one, because there's nothing been filed, nothing pending, or nothing in the works. And in this case in particular, Mr. Looney has made no claim that he wants to access his property for future development plans. That shows up in the staff report a couple of places, but there is no fact in the record to support that. What Mr. Looney wants is he would simply wants vehicular access to his property. So this is also, this case, a little different than the other two, or quite different in many ways, because it is also a example of road construction in an environmentally sensitive area, but it's not wetlands. It's the right-of-way, the public right-of-way that's proposed for the road is steeply sloped. It's in a landslide geologic hazard area. It's adjacent to a F80 resource zone, and it's within mapped big game habitat. So he's seeking construction without adequate consideration of the impacts and how to mitigate them. And in addition, this record is honestly shockingly short on facts and evidence and a site plan that would support approval. And for all of these reasons, the director's decision should be reversed and the permit application denied. So the appellants have submitted fairly extensive written argument on these issues, which you can find in the agenda packet at pages 302 to 306, which are comments submitted before the director's decision, and at pages 308 to 316, which is the notice of appeal and attachments. In those comments, we've set out the conflicts which this project presents with the comprehensive plan, which envisions a system in which roads are evaluated in conjunction with the land use development they're intended to serve. And there seems to be confusion, so I thought maybe we should just read that section from the comprehensive plan, which is its goal 12 at goal 8. It's called system preservation, objective 2. And I quote, consider transportation impacts when making land use decisions, and consider land use impacts in terms of land use patterns, densities, and designated uses when making transportation related decisions, close quote. That theme is somewhat recurring and appears again in the ordinances. And we've set out in our written materials the conflicts between this project and the ordinances, such as section 3.9810, which clearly says roads, quote, are intended to provide access to new development. Goes on, close quotes. And section 3.9510, which says the purpose of vehicle access ordinances is to, quote, further the orderly layout and use of land, close quotes. Now, as I understand land use, the word use is code for development. If someone's applying for a use, it's because they're wanting to develop something. And it does not mean roads are intended to get you to a piece of undeveloped property that you own. Along similar lines, the comprehensive plan also requires minimizing environmental impacts. And applicable to this case only, there are actually multiple provisions in the Southwest Coastal Community Plan, which advise against construction and especially removing vegetation on steep slopes. There's discussion of using incentives or several things that are quoted in the written materials. So I'm going to let those written materials pretty much speak for themselves beyond that, because I would like to focus on addressing site suitability and environmental concerns. And I'd especially like to focus on the fact that conditional use permits must be supported by facts and evidence and a site plan establishing consistency with the comprehensive plan. And we feel strongly that this application does not meet that. But first, I have a couple of general points I'd like to make. And no one has mentioned this first one, but the AC RCR zone, which is Arch Cape, is the only zone in Clatsop County which requires a conditional use permit for road construction. It's unique in that sense. And I thank the county for letting us know that, since we got that information out of the staff reports. The policy that's expressed by that choice, the choice that to require a conditional use permit, implies that there may be sites within the zone which are not compatible with road usage, or circumstances when roads are not yet or may never be needed. And this is all consistent with the fact that Arch Cape was platted more than a century ago, long before land use planning, and without any consideration at all for topography or natural resource issues, which are now considered such important parts of evaluating land use decisions and development. And when you look at the section of the code, 2.4000 and following about conditional develop and use, that's exactly what it says. It says, although each zoning district is primarily intended for a predominant type of use and development, there are a number of uses which may or may not be appropriate in a particular district, depending upon all the circumstances of the individual case. For example, the location, nature of the proposed use, character of the surrounding development, traffic capacities of adjacent streets, and potential environmental effects, all may indicate that the circumstances of the development and use needs to be individually reviewed. So in the ACRCR zone, and only in that zone, the expectation is that a road construction permit will be reviewed within its own unique context. And the reviewer will use judgment and discretion to determine if a road is appropriate or not, and if so, when. You know, the county here is trying to create objective criteria for this. They say, well, if a right-of-way has been platted, then there can be a road. They say, well, if it's a residential zone, we must assume that all lots will be developed and all rights-of-way will be needed for roads. But this is not the case. This is not how an evaluation is intended to be done in this zone. It requires judgment, discretion on a case-by-case basis. The second point I'd like to make generally is that this appears to be an issue of first impression. This idea of building roads without some place to build them to, something going on to a destination. As far as anybody that we've spoken to can recall, these several cases are the first of their kind, where landowners are seeking to build access roads to properties they aren't in the process of developing. In the past, the requirement for an access road and utilities has been addressed as a condition of approval, a condition of approval with building plans, and roads have been built and utilities have been brought in as a part of a development project. But here we've got something different and something we don't seem to have any precedent for. So let me summarize the concerns that the appellants have about the record in this case. And there are, I think I can say 4. The first, of course, is that this road is not needed to serve new development and therefore should not be built now and should not be built at all unless or until a development project is on the table that allows the county to evaluate road access as part of a greater whole. It's the piecemeal approach versus the project approach. And I have an ordinance to cite that is not in our written materials because I think anybody really paid attention to it before, but and it's kind of got 2 parts. Section 2.4020, which is titled Application for a Conditional Development and Use, says, an applicant for a proposed conditional development and use shall provide facts and evidence and a site plan in compliance with section 2.9400, sufficient to enable the community development director or hearing body to make a determination. And then if you go to section 2.9400 or 9410, it says site plan review requirements. And the relevant part, before a permit can be issued, for a conditional development or use, a site plan for the total parcel and development must be approved by the Community Development Director or Planning Commission. Information on the proposed development shall include sketches or other explanatory information the director may require or the applicant may offer that presents facts and evidence sufficient to establish compliance with sections 1.1040, 1.1050, which is comprehensive plan, and the requirements of this section. So this seems to speak to the idea that access roads exist to serve properties that have been or are being developed, and they don't exist as an independent entity. Okay, so moving on to site suitability and environmental factors. What facts, evidence, and site plan did the applicant submit here? Well, very little. And I'd like to ask you to look at page 284 of the agenda packet, which is the site plan. I would comment that the applicant has the burden of proof. That's statutory here. And that there is no approved site plan for a total parcel and development. That just doesn't exist. All that exists here is a desire on the part of the applicant to drive to a parcel of undeveloped land. That's the facts. So what's missing from the site plan? Well, how about a survey? The site plan does not include a survey showing the location of the right-of-way or the location of any monuments from prior surveys. And section 3.9830 would suggest that that is not optional. 3.9830 is county road standards, public and county road standards, and subsection 3 is surveying. It says all roads shall be located by a survey crew so as to ensure that the road is constructed in the location shown on the improvement plans. So I assume that this site plan is the improvement plan, but it's nothing that a survey crew could later reference. They're just this is simply a schematic. So we have no total parcel and development site plan, and we have no survey, and we have no topography. The applicant did not submit, and the director didn't have the benefit of, as far as we know, any topographical data regarding the road or topographical map showing the contours of the right-of-way. There's no feasibility assessment from a civil engineer or any input from Public Works. They didn't comment on this. And there's not a Public Works permit in the record as there is in Smith and Laird. We really know very little about the topography of this right-of-way, except that it's steep. The staff report, I think the staff report said that the grade at the west end was 9% and at the east end was 18%. I'm not sure. I think Gail might have just, or the director might have just given different numbers in her report, but it's steep. And the maximum grade by ordinance for a A22 county road is 12%. So how do we know from the record from this application if this road even meets the most basic design criteria as terms of its slope, its grade? There's just nothing there. Nothing was submitted. Also, in the area of natural hazards, where is the geologic hazard report that's required for every applicant who wants to build on property in a landscape hazard area? Now, the county made getting a report a condition of approval, but how can an approval be issued without the basic information needed for the approval if it doesn't even exist? You know, it's one thing if you have gotten a report and it's favorable and a condition of approval is that you go ahead and apply for the permit. But there is no report here. We don't know. And the way that it was set up with the report becoming a condition of approval, well, the public is never brought back into the loop. So how would the public ever be able to deal with something that came in later? So it's missing information that should have been submitted by the applicant, should have been required for completeness in this, and makes the ability to evaluate this literally impossible. So the issues, topography, natural hazards, and then natural resources, and not wetlands in this case, but trees and big game habitat. There are apparently, I'm sorry, I could not find this map, but I believe that this right-of-way is in mapped big game habitat area. If not, then it is 1 foot away from it, because this right-of-way abuts the resource zone, the F80 resource zone, which is clearly big game habitat. We're talking elk and deer here primarily. There are ordinances that deal with this, county ordinances. The road shall be located to minimize its impact on big game range. That's section 3.9810. Again, general road and access policies. That's subsection 1, purpose. Subsection 3, criteria. Says roads in Clatsop County shall be designed, constructed, and maintained to, sub J, minimize the loss of important wildlife habitat such as sensitive deer and elk range, identified natural areas, and other significant natural features. And section 2.4030 also speaks of, let's see, this is a conditional development and use section, and speaks of maintaining peripheral and big game habitat on lands identified in the comprehensive plan as agricultural lands or conservation forest lands. Well, the staff report, to the extent it addresses big game habitat, and it does, concludes that the effects would be minimal, and really it's using anecdotal evidence. But what's happened again, there are criteria in the ordinances for how to deal with this if you are in a conservation area. And here we are, like I say, 1 foot away, I mean, not from a conservation area, a resource zone. And again, the county has tried to turn it into totally objective criteria and said, well, because the boundary is there, we don't have to consider those criteria. Habitat's only applicable to conservation forest land, the director said. So again, we don't have this individual case review, this use of judgment and discretion to try to figure out what are the cumulative impacts of building this road. And the last one that I want to talk about are trees. Okay, this is a 200-foot road. The right-of-way is 60 feet, but they probably would only make them clear it to 40 feet because that's the statutory minimum. 200 feet times 40 feet, that is 8,000 square feet of public forest land, which is going to be clear cut in order to allow Mr. Looney to drive his vehicle 100 feet to get to his own property. Well, the applicant believes that's his right, but this is public forest land that belongs to all of us, and we think that there's a little more to the issue. Conditional use permits, by definition, require balancing interests. We balance the interests of the applicant and his desire, or if there's a need to access his property, versus the impact of denuding this large swath of forest land, healthy trees, second growth trees we heard this morning, and upsetting big game habitat. The balance, you know, the decision maker needs to use discretion and judgment. They need to have a little courage to think of the environment. So to summarize, this permit should not be approved, should not have been and should not be approved because first, it conflicts with multiple provisions in the comprehensive plan. That's criteria 2.4020 sub 1. Second, it conflicts with ordinances which say roads are to serve development. That's 2.4020 sub 2. Third, we have an absence of critical facts and evidence and a site plan on site suitability, no survey, no geologic hazard report, no topographical data, no plan or requirement for mitigating impacts on natural resources like trees and elk habitat. That's all 2.4020 3, sub 3, C, sub 3, sub C. And finally, we have no site plan for a total parcel and development, so we don't know the impacts on surrounding lands, which is something that has to be considered under 2.4020 sub D. We are, as I said, this is in many ways quite a different case from the other ones, because it is one that is not connected to the fragile wetlands, but in its own way, it has many sensitive environmental issues of quality to the community, because when trees go, we lose our tree canopy, we lose our bird habitat, we lose a lot of the beauty of Arch Cape. And for what? You know, if there is a plan on the table where development is imminent, it's a project. Here is what we're going to do. And we need road access, of course. We need utilities. We need many things. Then, you know, some of that quality of life stuff will have to go, because this is a development zone. But this is a conditional use permit, and whoever drafted these provisions and put this in place knew that this is a special place and there were going to be obstacles that came up, and that every case needs to be decided on its own merits. So that's what we ask. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Eierman. Ms. Hendrickson, do we have others signed up to in opposition of the application?
Yes, the only other one is Geraldine Kempler, who is not here unless she is either caller 1 or caller 17. And if you are caller 1 or caller 17, press star 6 and you can take yourself off mute.
All right, it doesn't sound like they are on the line. Since the applicant is not present, I'm not going to, there's no rebuttal possible. There's no one here to speak on behalf of the applicant. So we can skip that piece. And so Ms. Hendrickson, I would invite you to give any final comments from staff.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, a couple of comments. First of all, I just want to say I found it ironic that the staff is being cited for using clear and objective standards in making a land use decision and not subjective ones. Usually it's the other way around. But the reason we do that is because, you know, under state law, we are required to use clear and objective standards. And so if I am next 1 foot away from a zone that allows a nuclear power plant, I don't get to build a nuclear power plant just because I'm 1 foot away from that zone. It's the same thing if the code says very clearly that certain requirements only apply to agricultural lands or to conservation forest lands, and a property is more than 1 foot, but still close, but more than 1 foot, that I can't apply the rules to something that is not specifically spelled out. That's why we have clear and objective standards. The reason that talking about site plans, I know there was a lot of discussion about this, but you know, site plans typically come in for private property that is going to be developed for a certain type of use. The site plan was never intended to allow someone to build a public road in a platted right-of-way that exists in a recorded subdivision plat. So yes, Arch Cape is special, but maybe not for the reason that everybody is talking about today. Arch Place does have its own set of regulations. I do want to say the road grade is allowed to go up to 16%. That's in section 3.9800 table 3.2 if the road is paved, so it can't exceed that 12% maximum grade. And typically, the way the development process works in Clatsop County is that a project like this involves a lot of money. And so people will typically start with the conditional use permit process first to verify that what they even want to do is even legally possible. And so before people invest a lot of money in surveyors and professionally engineered site plans and thousands of dollars for engineering geologists to prepare a geologic hazard report, this is typically the first step that they take. And this approval process is good for 2 years, which gives someone the certainty that A, what they want to do is possible, and then they can take the next steps and make the next investments to verify that it's going to be probable. And you know, the fact that the state has and the county has processes and permits, and you're able to do something, doesn't mean that you can't do it or you shouldn't do it. It means that there's a process you have to go through. It doesn't mean that it's prohibited. It just means there are next steps that you will have to take. And our standard operational procedure is to require these things as conditions of approval, so that before anybody gets to the point where they're putting a shovel in the dirt, that we can check off all the requirements, that yes, they have gotten their geologic hazard permit, that yes, they have contacted Public Works and gotten their road operations permit. It's not required to have those things in order to apply for the conditional use permit. And I just wanted to clarify that. Other than that, just one other thing, I did want, Ms. Eierman had stated that if this were approved and then they went for a geologic hazard permit, that there would be no more public involvement. And I just wanted to clarify that we do send out public notices on geologic hazard permit requests, and those go to property owners, depending on the zoning, anywhere from 250 feet to 750 feet. And there is a 10-day public comment period. So I wanted to clarify that as well. Building permits and development permits, which are type 1, with very clear and objective standards for approval, do not go for public comment. And that is consistent throughout the entire county. And with that, thank you again for your patience today, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, well, again, I don't have any questions. These have been very thorough presentations by staff and the applicants and all the parties. So I think you guys have teed up the issues I need to address, not just in this hearing, but in the other hearings. So I appreciate everyone's patience, especially for those who stuck around for the entire period. But I will go ahead and close the hearing for this appeal and close the record as well. And I have all the information in front of me, and I will issue a written decision. Thank you.
Okay.